I guess it's already time. Welcome to day 3 of the Chronomancer. We have been pushing very hard, ladies and gentlemen. And we have made the frost wall, instant shatter, fireball, shotgun. I don't even know what to call it at this point, but it's going so well, it's crazy. So this has been my smoothest playthrough through the campaign so far. It's kind of good to see. Can't actually wait to do like my next ascent with this already and just absolutely destroy the Trials of Sekimus. Not sure if and when we're going to change away from this, as it just works plenty well. And we're looking forward to get to Act 3 today and pretty much add the Comet to this with cast on freeze for the time being. Maybe cast on crit later on, so we haven't 100% decided on what layers of damage we're gonna add. But right now, this is just a very smooth sailing, easy forward going destruction. That just brings tons of joy. And it's so much better than Spark, where I formerly thought that Spark is going to be what brings me the most joy, and I am just wrong. Oh no, I just came here for loot. I thought this is the way forward. Oh, don't mind if I do. We just came here for loot, we'll take it. Sup Ibrahim and Happy Chappy, wonderful, good day. Good to see you there. Today is truly a blessed day with patch notes after patch notes, good news after good news. Apart from the armor buff, because that one is mediocre as best. I don't know if you've seen it, but armor is only getting a 15% buff. I'm not so sure about that one. GGG. When they said they were gonna do more, but that one was quite disappointing to see. I guess they didn't want to go too hard. You know, like they want to go in steps, not just overdo it straight away. Season 7 is going to be so much fun in D4. Oh, surely. Like for 2, 3, 4 weeks, it's going to be amazing. I'm happy to see that so many people are positively excited for the up-and-coming season of Diablo, as it's going to bring fun. No questions asked there. Yeah, I'm currently pushing towards Balbola, which I don't want to do. But often the Halani gates are also where Balbola is, so we gotta double check if that is not the case in this mutation of the area. Otherwise, it can just straight up run back. Patch notes are out, by the way. Yeah, video is also out, by the way, Lonely. Have you not seen the video? When's the patch go online? Friday. They already said it. They said Friday New Zealand times. So if it's Friday New Zealand times, that either means that it's going to be... Yeah, that should mean it's either our Friday morning, or it's going to be our Thursday evening. Right? So today is Thursday, and Friday for them starts in our evening. So they said Friday New Zealand times. I would assume tomorrow morning we're already going to have the new patch, which is going to really perfectly work with this Chronomancer hitting Endgame, that we can check out on the changes, right? How many hours approximately from now? 10? 10? And if you're currently playing through the campaign with a character, or if you're planning to do a campaign playthrough, nothing is really much changing there. If you plan to play Endgame today, maybe hold off with that for tomorrow. Because let's be real, like Endgame has the most changes with the different modifiers, with like crafting being better than ever, with items just dropping with better modifiers and stuff like that. Expeditions finally being useful. So Endgame truly has the biggest changes. Therefore, campaign playthrough not changing much, apart from bug fixes pretty much, but the end game drastically changing to a lot of degrees. Therefore, you know, hold up on playing today, the end game, but keep playing the end game tomorrow. Can we play the build with Arcane Surge? Absolutely. So the advantage that the Chronomancer has is very simple. Like, you might notice that my Ice Wall has a cooldown, right? And that cooldown does replenish, but obviously you might run out of your Ice Wall cooldown at some point. Frost Wall, by the way, not Ice Wall. Now, since I'm not always using this cooldown, see, I can put 1, 2, 3 down, and now I'm out of Ice Walls, but I already have one back. But often it happens if I spam against bosses, I don't run out, right? It is a true advantage of playing this with the Chronomancer, as you just genuinely, ridiculously, have this on-off cooldown all the time. I finally hit endgame today, managed 1 Atlas map, died on 2. That's normal. I mean, like, you're like, depending on how you're prepared, how your character's prepared, you might just be lacking the defense. Like, the campaign is often just maximum damage, right? You're playing through the campaign and it's just like more damage. How do you solve this issue? How do you beat this boss? More damage. How do you do this in the end game, in the campaign? More damage. So there's often not the question like, do I need more defense? Rarely. I mean, obviously, when you're playing the Dreadnought area, then more defense is a different kind of topic. But generally speaking, it's just more damage. And then more damage. And like, did you have more damage? Yeah, maybe some more damage could be useful, right? And you end up like consistently just going for that, just trying to get more of that sweet damage going. That changes a bit in the end game, because then you gotta ask yourself the questions. Well, what can I do instead of more damage to make my playthrough smoother? Found your video. Yeah, the how to survive video is pretty useful for people that hit that snag. I wanted to do also like a how to survive in the campaign video, because I often feel like a lot of people just struggle with that too. She's sitting in a very annoying corner and is refusing to take a lot of damage right now. Lady, you're doing a lot of damage and I don't like it. Okay, she just got destroyed. I don't think we have like tier 3. No, that's our first tier 3 support. That's amazing, because now I can use wild shards. This one I've been looking forward to now. Okay, wait. We need to respawn a checkpoint first, because the lady is bugged again. Then I need to double check with the nodes I got from Mr. Neil. Yeah, we need wild shard on the fireball. Because the fireball is currently having attack speed, which I don't need, technically. But what we're going to do is we're going to take this tier 3 support, take the fireball, go for... Well, you have 2 choices here. You can go for fork, right? So fork says... Projectiles from supported skill fork, and fork says the fork splits into 2 the first time they hit an enemy and do not pierce it. So if you use the fork support and you're hitting your wall, it just gets more projectiles. It's kind of cool. Or you can go for wild shards, where it has a 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle. Now, I wonder if fork support might be better than wild shards. I want to try that out. I'm going to try both out. So we're going to kick martial tempo, unlash arcane tempo. Arcane tempo goes out. And now with fork support, if you do the ice wall and shoot it, like, see, there's more projectiles than ever. Now, I'm not sure if it's better to drop the 8 in a to drop 8 in a circle, because that would at least be in a circle around, so more useful than maybe forking. Right? Good. Everyone dead. Wait, I need to have that level of skill gem. As that is 13 and we need 13s. Pyro, thank you for the 88 months of support. Appreciation. What do you think is the best build for leveling Sorc at the moment? Well, you start with Spark, as Spark is just usually the smoothest leveling in the beginning, right? You can just destroy everything really easily. Spark, Orb of Storm's done. There's not much big of a hassle. Like, it's just a simple combination of things. You're going to use the Frost Bomb as your super noob. Frost Bomb is just too good to not use it. It's been like my main boss damage pretty much for the first 2 acts. And then afterwards, like in Act 3, we swapped over to Ice Wall, Fireball. That's what we're doing here right now. So it's Ice Wall, Fireball. And it creates like really an amazing, well, mass destruction area, correct? So definitely Spark to start with, but Act 3, the swap over here has been more boss damage, easier clearing, freezing of enemies, general like traversing through zones without all the stress of having to like make sure that your Spark Sorc stays alive. Because the biggest issue with your Spark Sorc can often be that you're getting pushed by your opponents and then you die because you get overwhelmed. But that really doesn't happen with this one here, as this one just, well, due to the nature of how it works with the ice walls, of like literally freezing everyone straight away, does just not suffer that issue at all. So it's quite intriguing how different that is. Like, see, like I'm not really like I'm just popping frost walls and then I'm throwing fireballs on him and that's about it, right? And then we're just doing tons of damage like this. And in between, I'm putting a frost bomb below him. But that's our gameplay loop here right now. And I cannot be destroyed, nor can I be stopped by anyone. Like, no one can push me because they'll get frozen and instant damaged by this. And the damage itself is also legendary, and it's so easy to put together. And your passive tree to support this is nice, and then you have on top also the Grim Feast going on for bonus energy shield. You're done. Does your FPS suffer? Technically, it does suffer, but I have a solution for this. So in order to avoid some FPS suffering, I turned on FSR for me. Okay, and I play on Vulkan render on my Radeon. So Vulkan, FSR, and then balanced. That is, whenever graphics are getting too intense, he's downscaling the graphics to the balanced quality to just don't lose FPS. I also kept my FPS at 160, which helps to have also the frame render time relatively low, and that makes everything just work better, the way how it should work. It comes as a surprise maybe, but that was the solution to all my problems. Now, obviously the game itself needs graphical improvements and they're working on that. So like, let's not pretend the game does not need to improve. It needs to improve. But they're obviously having that on their radar, as far as I understand. Well, I get a 13. Okay, chat. We just got a 13 gem. You know what the problem is? I need to be level 52. I'm level 49. Okay. Wild Shard is fun. Fork might be more effective. Yeah, I just like the fork, like seeing all these projectiles coming out right now. When others are in the party, yeah, I don't doubt that the game will start going super haywire with others in the party. I would absolutely not be surprised by that. That's true. Patch notes looking beefy, Robert. Patch notes looking beefy, and they had some interesting surprises there. Did you know that you can swap now from a solo self-found league into the trade league if you feel like it? Well, what do you think? Is that good or is that bad? I think that's like, I don't want to swap, but I like that. It's such a nice touch to be like, yeah, so if you're stuck, if you can't progress further, if you're not able to like solo self-found, right? You could decide to go into the trade league. What's your favorite class? I like the grenade playstyle the most. So I really like the grenades. Generally speaking, grenades are super fun to play. And I kind of want to make grenades work with a lot of the builds. So grenade on warrior, grenade on mage, grenade on... I just really like the actual grenade playstyle. I think it's like really cool, like to play this kind of trigger and throwing together playstylish, and I've been enjoying that the most, to be honest. Oh wow, I just get killed by that case explosion. Ow. So that's what I truly have been having the most fun with, if I gotta say. Okay, lady, you can't just destroy my things. That's uncool. Okay, let's just freeze her. For some reason, she's like harder to hit by anything else, and she does like more damage than anything else. This is like so weird. You know what I'm noticing? Again, I'm noticing the minus attack speed. That's what I'm noticing here. I've been wondering. There's something oddly off. You know, since I put the martial tempo away, is the actual attack speed. No, you're the first boss. That's weird. Oh, because she's frost resistant. Things are making sense. And I've been wondering. She's not only frost resistant, she's also staggering me like really stupid. I need to put these skill points into the stun threshold. I've been actually ignoring this one. So there is a very important node for Sorcs, and that is energy shield as stun threshold. And for some reason, I have been ignoring this, but it's like it just keeps you alive. See, like it keeps you from getting stunned like all the time by these tiny snakes that they're just booping you and you instantly get stunned. Annoying. So what you need to do is you need to take these 2 points here and you need to bring them into this faster energy shield recharge and then bonus stun threshold. That's like what you really want to have. Okay, more energy shield. And I was thinking about going here. Damage penetrates cold resistance, increase cold exposure effect, and level to cold skills. That should work, right? I get my cold skills further up, probably. If you get Hova and Soul Self and do not want to play an attack build, you can swap it and sell for build upgrades. Exactly. I just really enjoy this like swapping from like this internal league swapping. Like solo self-on is good, and I enjoy solo self-on, and I think a lot of people want to try it out. But being able to swap out of it is kind of great. The +1 to cold skills doesn't seem to work. Can you do you see it in your skill gems, Bendatko? I mean, thank you for telling me. Then we might not push for it. I mean, otherwise I could just push for more curse, because this is like more curse duration, which makes it really good, right? You want more curse duration as your... I'm too lazy to just curse, but it's also more curse effect. No change in level DPS. Thank you, Ben.Go. I wasn't aware. I just assumed it would work. There are time they have announced. No, so the latest tweet about the patch, I can pull it up if you want to. Twitter. Don't call it X, okay? So here, Path of Exile. They said, Path of Exile, plan for tomorrow, Path of Exile patch 2, and we're aiming to deploy the patch for tomorrow, Friday NZT. But that means Friday NZT means they could literally release it at 001 NZT times, right? I mean, what does Friday NZT mean? Does that mean like New Zealand midnight, New Zealand midday, New Zealand morning? I mean, I would assume they're probably going to wait until the people are in the office. So New Zealand, 8 a.m. in the morning. And what is New Zealand, 8 a.m. in the morning? Can someone Google it? What is that in like German times? I think there's 12-hour difference. So it would be like hour 10 p.m. Hour midnight, maybe, when the patch releases. European midnight. Kind of would make sense. I kind of like that. Yeah, they're 12 to 16 hours in the future, right? I never know what it exactly is. I count with 12 hours in my head, but I know that's not accurate. The Saturday for us. No. They are ahead of us. They're not behind us. So their Friday is our Thursday. They're not behind. They're ahead. They're better. They live in the future. The future is now. So when they say Friday, they mean our Thursday. It's actually really good on there. It's really good to have a New Zealandish developer. That's why I love playing games from Korean developers, because usually the patches of Korean developers happen in like European early mornings. Like if you ever want to play a game of something with good patches as a European, play Korean developers. Yeah, this is their world. We're just living in it. It's funny because a lot of game developers are American, so Americans are really used to American times, right? Us Europeans, we usually get bent over and spanked our booty cheeks, and well, we just like it at this point, right? It's just what it is. But like with a New Zealandish developer, things are just different. It's just a different kind of release rhythms, release times, and everything. They're so much more convenient for EU people often. And Americans are often not used to it because obviously it's like America #1. The developers are from New Zealand. Maybe one day I'll get to visit GGG because I really want to do New Zealand on my list of things. Last Korean developer you played was First Descendant. We did play Once Human, and Once Human's patches were always 8 a.m. German time. Like at our 10 a.m. the patches were done. It was godlike. You just wake up in the morning, get ready for the day. Oh, patch dropped. Let's fucking go. You know, no staying up late, no waking up weirdly. Just like, wow. I mean, right today, you know when they released the patch notes, guys? Just my 8 a.m. Like all the American streamers asleep because they have been pulling all-nighters, and GGG is like, oh hey, you know what? How about patch notes? And I'm like, thank you very much. You know, when Diablo makes a stream, like tonight, that's my 8 p.m. in the evening, and then when the stream is done, it's my 11 p.m. And then when that's done, we get the patch notes, and then I would have to make a video, right? And I'm like, oh, fuck you, I'm done. and GGG is like, hey, you know what? There you go. It's such a convenience for at least my times I'm awake at and I interact with the world. Where's the patch drop? Tonight, most likely. Did the patch release itself already? No, that's what we're just talking about. We're just thinking like when the actual time will be. So again, tonight in like 10, 12 hours, I guess, is a reasonable estimate. Ten, 12 hours, reasonable estimate. Okay, we're almost, oh, we are level 50. We should go back shopping. Wait, if I'm level 50, I can use the things. Do you have a build guide up? No, we don't have a build guide up, and that's for a single reason, because you have not used your like button on the stream today. Yeah, no, we don't have a build up yet because we haven't fully tested the whole thing. So for leveling, I could already give you a build. That's easy. But we want to see how this goes into the end game. And I need to revise my passive tree. I want to cross-reference it with our friend Neil, who's been playing a very similar one with slightly different support gems to the end game. And I kind of want to cross-reference my passive tree with him to give you an even better passive tree. Because I have a certain style I look at the passive tree, and maybe I'm just stuck in the ways how I do things, and it could be better. And I always want to give you the best outcome, right? So I tend to like try to widen my horizon myself and become a better player. That's at least my plan there. That you then have like the optimal version. But if everything goes good today and we're not hitting a snag or something, then we should be able to have the Chronomancer ready tomorrow for you from level 1 to level 80 pretty much all the way through. I hope we can get that. Yeah, it should be possible today. Ashrev, thank you for the 20 gifted. Ladies and gentlemen, there's the man, the myth, the legend, with his daily 20 gifted so far. Ashraf, you're making me get used to this, and that's bad. Like, Ashraf comes in here every day, and he drops like 20 memberships on YouTube. He's single-handedly responsible for all our YouTube members. But you're making me get used to this. That's bad. Like, as a creator, never get used to the generosity of people. It's a gift that keeps giving. It's amazing, but you never get used to it. You don't expect it. You're just grateful if it happens. Okay, where's the Bridge of Dreams? Does Neil stream or just play off the grind? Neil has a job. He's a very cool guy from Norway. But don't call him Norwegian because he's not. He's just from Norway. There's some animosity between the Norwegian and the Swedish people. They can explain it to you. I have no clue. But he's one of my longest gaming friends next to Yuki right now, and he's been with us through all the games. And he's just an amazing dude that every now and then streams. But well, he does actually have a job and he's very busy. But when he can, he'll find time and play with us and always support and bring great knowledge. So he's one of these shadow gamers that's behind all the content creators and bringing quality content and value with his support too. What do you think about the nodes? I'm really disappointed about the armor changes. We're getting 15% better armor. Now, I might be disappointed, but 15% is better than nothing. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not happy. It stings, but it's better than nothing. Second, they are reducing maps. So because they're now more bosses than ever, they're reducing the waystone drop chance on bosses to make sure that people don't have too many maps. But I'm like, that's so backwards. People have been struggling and people are so happy to have more bosses now to not run out of maps. And you're just reducing it again to make it like, because there are more bosses now, we can reduce it. Nah, double it up so people really never run out. I mean, the people that have infinite, they won't feel it. But the people that are struggling right now, they might potentially struggle even more. It was like that was one part of the patch notes where it was like, you really didn't understand a thing about what the casual gamer struggles with right now, huh? Oh no, I got killed by those archers. Chat, I got beaten. So yeah, that was a bit weird. You know? Yeah, they said they have to rework armor, exactly. This is why I'm not too pissed about the armor not getting more than 15%, because they admitted they have issues. Like, I am a big fan of the developers saying, we have trouble, we don't know what to exactly do, we know armor is shit, we want to do something, but we don't know what. Right? GGG tends to cater to the hardcore players. I know they do, but they're I call it their one weakness right now. Because, I mean, like, I don't hate hardcore players, okay? 50% of damage recouped as mana? Well, this belt sounds so good. Wait a second. Why does this belt sound so good? I just get mana back when I take damage, and then you take mind over matter. Is this belt, like, really good for mind over matter gamers? Because mind over matter is damage is taken from mana, and if you play this belt, you get damage recouped as mana. Is that good? Huh. Interesting. Why Chronomancer, not Stormweaver for this build? Because Chronomancer with a cooldown works better on Frostwall currently. You can also do it with a Stormweaver, so it's not impossible. It's just very efficient. It's okay. Okay, like, it just seems so good. So, what did I want to just say? Oh, that could be better in the long run. We were stuck at... Ah, yeah. GGG's weakness is catering to the hardcore gamers, yes. But they're getting better. Because they still think that the hardcore gamers are their main audience, but that's wrong. I mean, we have moved away from that, right? Like, right now, they do actually have a casual audience, and the casual audience is bigger than ever. And they, I do believe, still need to get used to the thought that you're not only having, like, the ultra enthusiasts who will be eating up any shit like it's gold. No, you get a bunch of casual gamers, too, who would like to enjoy the game as well. So you gotta, like, still decide, you know, what's your goal audience the most. Definitely one of their main struggles. Where they don't know which axe to put into which basket. Okay, where was I stuck? Ah, more level 3 support gems. What did I want it to have? We have... I don't think we have anything that we need right now. Frost Bomb is currently with concentrated effect. Well, I could do elemental focus instead of concentrated effect because I don't need the freeze anymore. That could work. Hypothermia is fine. Frostwall could get... Frostwall has... I mean, you could remove considered casting, but no, that's not worth it. Frostbomb has Spell Echo, Strip Away. Yeah, there's nothing really for Frostwall that I want. Confusing cannibalism. I mean, I have the spirit for it. Worst case scenario, I'll just get some life back on kill for now. The hardcore gamers are the gatekeepers. It's funny that hardcore gamers are the biggest gatekeepers. I do agree. No offense to the hardcore gamers. But at the same time, they're the smallest community, right? In any ARPG, the hardcore gamers are always the smallest community. Like, we're talking about the actual hardcore gamers, not the tryhards, right? Not the diehard, tryhard fans. The actual hardcore gamers. They're always the smallest part, but for some reason, always the most gatekeepy vocal one. That's like... By the way, Neil, we're playing Fork support here instead of wild shards because I like the idea of playing Fork and it's working, right? It's giving us even more fireballs than ever. But maybe wild shards would be better. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, it definitely gives us tons of fireballs. Another exalted orb. Don't mind if I take those.
I can feel it. Who is this?
Playground orb. I need more context for that. There's some nuance missing. You struggle hard with this boss, really? Like, I'm surprised because if you walk around him, like if you stick to him, if you suck his titty, and you pretty much walk around him, like he's unable to damage you in any way, no matter what class you play. This game is not really for casuals. I heavily disagree. I think the game is really for casuals. I mean, it always, what do you consider a casual, right? What is a casual in your opinion? It's more like the game does need you to try, yes, but that doesn't mean that you can casually not enjoy the game. Like, sure, you need to try. It's like Elden Ring, right? You would say Elden Ring is also not for casuals, but it is. It's very mainstreamed at this point. But you still need to try hard. If you control left click on the hooded one, we know. I just like to click on him. I don't want to save that click, Hygo. I enjoy clicking things. Is Leech really working? Yeah. Yeah? Maybe? Something is weird about Leech. Yes. I don't even know what's weird about Leech, but something is not leeching the way it should be leeching. definitely not the suck that you be expecting. So that's probably the most appropriate response I can give you. Maybe. I really hope though that like the leech mechanic is getting more bug fix, because I want the leech mechanic to work, because I like it. I think it's cool. Like if I could fix my mana problems by actually mana leeching, that would be nice. I think a lot of the leech problems are also coming from you expecting more. Let's say you have 10% leech, but you're using Ice Strike. And for Ice Strike, what was it? 80% of your damage is being turned into ice damage. That means that you're ending up doing maybe like 5 million ice damage, and you're going to do like 20,000 actual physical damage. And then 10% of 20,000 is just not so much. That might be an issue. That seems like where this is, people think they're doing more, but they're doing less. How can you trigger cast on minion death faster? You kill your minions. So if you use cast on minion death, you don't want to use any nodes that give you minion life, because the less life your minions have, the faster they die. There is an amulet too that deals fire damage to you. I think it says whenever you cast a spell, you take 100 fire damage. Now, the interesting part is you don't have to take that 100 fire damage, because you can take this node. All bonuses from an equipped amulet apply to your minions instead of you. That means if you now use the Raging Skulls, for example, or any minion, and you have them with very low life, and then then you cast spells, but instead of you taking the damage, your minion would take the damage. Then from actually using spells, your minions would die. Okay? It's a unique amulet, by the way. But that's what you can do. Yeah, also Infernal Legion helps, because Infernal Legion kills your minions faster, because they lose their life because it's being drained. That's an option too. Good point. Yeah, I don't want to mess with that guy. It's annoying. Mana Leech. Because I push him always away. So that would be... I generally don't play around with cast on things very much. I gotta be honest with you. I'm not the big cast on thing dude. I use cast on freeze with my Shattering Concoction. No, cast on freeze or cast on crit? I think I use cast on freeze, but I should probably use cast on crit, which might actually work better. Because I crit more often than I freeze, or vice versa, both. So yeah, I mean, this build is supposedly going to use cast on freeze for Meteor, but I need to be in Act 3 for that. Poor dude, being absolutely torched. I wonder if my ice walls block the shots from this, They do, right? Let's ice bomb him. See, now you might notice why the Chronomancer works so well with this, because you notice how I always have like an ice wall up. I never don't have an ice wall up, okay? So I always have the cooldown, like literally always. Not sometimes, always. And that's a lot down to the Chronomancer that just allows me to not use up cooldowns as I keep doing this. And really has me just, well, spam the living giggling shit out of these guys. Can you get the Raging Spirits as Sorc? No, you can get the Raging Spirits with everyone. Raging Spirit is universally available for anyone. Okay, we got way too many skill gems here right now, but I need all of them to get my skills further forward. Wow, 114 maximum mana. That's good because that would be more damage. But the problem is that this one is like obviously way better currently. If I could regal this one up and maybe get spell damage out of it, that's lightning resistance. 53% increased cold damage. I would like this as this is just more mana and more energy shield and more anything, right? And the more mana is just useful in the long run. Let's take this for the time being. Put things into my mage stash. We can finally use the gloves. That's a good one.
Take your time. I shall put this to use. Take
Okay.
care.
Fire damage is pretty horrible compared to anything else. That's not really correct. Also, we're not really doing fire damage here, sir. We're doing ice damage. The fire damage is just there to break the ice to do more damage. The concoction build is brilliant. The only problem with the concoction build is that a lot of people find it boring, right?
My Akhara are permitted here, but I should not leave.
Also, even if they remove the concoction, doesn't get the damage from bow skill anymore, that's not a nerf that will ruin it. So don't worry, the concoction builds are still going to be strong. Just not as strong as like you have to understand that the concoction builds are too strong right now. I mean, I could get with a Widow Hail bow, I could boost my damage so much as crazy. So now you're just reasonable strong with the concoction build without being broken strong. As it should be. Exact time patch come out roughly 10 hours from now. That's the assumption. Now, you might notice or you might read in between the lines of their patch that they're reeling to get this patch out. So they're literally like they're working hard on it. And considering that GGG has habits of not overworking their workers, they're also not crunching it. So if they don't get it done, they don't get it done, and they might come out later. Could you please give a rundown of the pros of this build? Well, right now, this is not even a build. This is just leveling. We're currently using our hypothermia curse to reduce cold resistance. Then we're putting walls of ice that freeze everyone. And we're throwing in fireballs to kill everything in front of us. So what are the pros? You can't be touched because ice walls. And then you go boom shotgun. And the main pro is that it's super freaking fun to play. And I can waltz in wherever I want, and I can waltz into as many minions I want, and then it's just like, nope, nope, nope. Oh, you would like to touch me, my tralala, my ding ding dong. Nope. And then, oh, nope. No tralala ding ding dong touching. Did they fix attribute builds dealing billion amounts of damage? Well, there is nothing to fix there because it's just the Hands of Wisdom and Fate that's working so good. And since a very late game item that not everyone has, they don't see a reason to fix that. So no, this patch is not fixing or nerfing anything in that regard. This patch is only buffing things and making the game work, but there's no build being ruined, lowered, or destroyed. Now, obviously, for the Pathfinders, the freezing bug fix or the not bow skills applying would be considered a nerf, but that's actually more a bug fix on something that shouldn't have worked in the first place. There's a nice update tonight for Europeans. Probably midday for Americans. If everything goes the way we expect it to go. Ancient Seal. There's probably an Ancient Seal in the middle, huh? Yeah, there's probably one in the middle. Remove the quiver nodes or keep them. You keep the quiver nodes. You just need to find a different quiver now that's not relying on damage to bow skills. Go for attack speed, go for critical hit, go for projectile skills, go for another flat damage stat. I mean, there's so much that you can get on quivers. That's good. But you're still looking like quiver is your main damage scaler for concoctions. You just need a new one. Okay, so that's the checkpoint. But I doubt that, like, it's probably in the middle. What resolution do you play? I play in 2K. I don't like 4K because everything gets so tiny and I'm old. 2K is, for me personally, the resolution that looks the best. In 1080p, everything looks horrible. I mean, seriously, who plays? It's 2025, right? Yeah. Who plays in 1080p? Might as well just stab a fork into your eye. Like, seriously? Will the crossbow ranger be stronger than the concoction one in late game? I couldn't feasibly say. Like, it depends on, like, how good a quiver you can find. I mean, it's definitely going to be harder for you now to find a good quiver. Market players work fast. All cheap quivers disappeared before I could grab one. Hey, you know how it is, brother. They're all trying to make their bonus divine orbs. Oh, that's nice, but it's still not on the level of what I have there as arraignment. I mean, definitely all Pathfinders, all Concoction players now have to find some updates on their quiver. I have to find some updates on my quiver as well. But pretty much just gonna drop from like 40,000 DPS maybe to 35,000 DPS or something like that. So I guess I'm fine. Like, even if it drops down to 30,000 DPS, it's not like that. It's not fine, right? So you gotta stay real, like how much DPS you're having and how much DPS you're losing. Like, you already have an overwhelming amount, and you're losing. Let me check my notes. More than you should have ever had in the begin with. It was like one of these bug fixes that was always going to happen at a given time. What are they doing to quivers? We're talking about concoction, and they're fixing a bug where the poison concoction, frost concoction, whatever concoction you were playing on the Pathfinder, was getting damage bonuses from a multiplier to bow skill damage. Now, that obviously shouldn't happen, as the concoction is not a bow skill, it is an unarmed skill. And therefore, that multiplier should have never been multiplying in the first place. So that's being fixed. Which means that nothing is being fixed that was never expected to be fixed. Like, it was only a matter of time. We weren't nerfing anything. Well, it's not a nerf, it's a bug fix, sir. Now, if a bug fix turns out to make something weaker, that's shame, but I mean, if it's a literal bug that shouldn't be there, it's hard to call it a nerf, even though it does nerf something. It's not a deliberate nerf, it's a consequence of fixing a bug. It's still very strong. It will not be worse. Is the build video coming to this? Tomorrow, probably. I mean, today I had to do 2 patch note videos. I mean, we literally had to do a Diablo patch note video, and we had to do a patch note video for Season 7. Then tomorrow we're gonna have to... tomorrow we have to think about, like, tomorrow we're probably going to do this one, and we're going to have to do more Diablo videos for the season start as well, for people that would like to start out with minions. So we're going to do a minion starter. Gotta start not calling things starters for Diablo now, Jesus. It's always funny when you like do content for multiple games and you get a switch in your head back to the lingo of a certain game. Because they all have like their respective lingos, right? Reset points should be cheaper. Well, I mean, like, they're already cheaper than they were before. Okay, where are my fireballs going? In my opinion, respecking should be completely for free, but for some reason people lose their marbles when you recommend that. Like, oh no, this can't be for free. Where are my consequences of my actions? You know, the usual. Need to be punished for making choice. Like GGG got people used to being masochist at this point. Okay, where was going with my points? Ah, here. More curse and better curse. You have 5 million gold already, yeah, but you're playing also a lot, Zophith. So, like, again, the skill cost is not an issue for people that play a lot and that know what they're doing. It has also never been a problem for people that play a lot and know what they're doing. But that's the whole point. It's a problem for people that don't play a lot and don't know what they're doing.
You know why I am here. Relent.
So that's the whole discussion, right? Okay, how am I going to hit him with the frost thingy? Yeah, it's going to be annoying. I think he's probably going to die more to frostbomb than anything else. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's been notoriously stupid every single time, right? Wonder if I could put ice, like, next to his feed. So you know how it is. I should have maybe also ice expose him. I completely forgot my curse to use that. Actually, you know, I'm using my curse, but it didn't hit him like 4 times now. It's good. But that good, I mean, that's totally not good and kind of stupid. Oh, can I like block his hole? I can. That's so stupid. You can just block all his lasers with this. That's dumb. I like it. I would imagine, chat. We can just be like, nah. You shall not laser at all, sir. That's kind of funny. Okay. A bit tedious, but we're fine. Whichever PoE build provides relaxed gameplay. The monk build, probably. I mean, that one is just bop, 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 bop. Everything dies. Done. I mean, minions too, because you're just like minions. Do you think they will release Act 4, 5, 6 should make it harder than the current cruel difficulty? No. People struggle, my friend. People struggle a lot. More than you think. People like really they're fighting for their life. like harshly fighting for their life. Like, oh my goodness, this is so hard. I cannot handle this. Like, you would be surprised. You think like everyone is just like easy scooting and pooping through, but it's more like a hard struggle bus. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly. Okay, we get the horn, and then we can go and challenge the rest.
For glory.
Act 2? Oh, Act 2 normal is really hard.
It must be hard for some to understand our older traditions.
Especially if you're still getting used to the game. The monk build? Yeah, the monk build is just a no-brainer, John. And it's also going to be like an all-time goodie, which makes me happy. That the monk build is just, like, it's just good. And it won't get bad or worse. You play D4 Season 7? Yes, sir. Hacks, I mean, there's certainly a lot of bugs with maps and disconnects. I haven't had it personally, but it happens.
I hope there is time.
Act 3 Uzzle is really annoying. They're actually like fixing some things about Uzzle because it has an exponential high minion spawn. And they're reducing, was it reducing the minion spawn? They're definitely doing something about Uzzle. I read that in the patch notes as like, yeah, the zone was quite overwhelming at times. And I tend to spend at least time possible with the last zones in this. To just go like through with like a wrecking ball. I checked the build guide and was like, Rings, Vent, or Gamble looks pretty awesome. Then you check the market. Yeah, that's the problem with build guides that rely on uniques. If you see some like of the cost of these uniques, you're like, okay, so I'm not playing this build. Like, that looks like a really cool build, and I'm not playing it. That's also like the issue with popular uniques, right? They are taken. Like if people know uniques are popular because they're being used in popular builds, then, well, they're also popular cost. Oh wow, I found her. That is so easy. I usually never find her. Look at me, Mom. We did it. So last time I was here with my Spark Sorc, this one was like a real hassle and a nuisance. Because you're just continuously getting pushed by everything, right? And you gotta pretty much push back with damage. But you notice what the advantage of like being the Ice Sorc is here, because nothing like pushes me. And if it pushes me, you're just like noob. Makes this build so convenient to play. Well, that's a lot of energy shield on an item. Let me just grab that. Okay, birds, no enter buildings. Very uncool. Hehe. It's just working way too good. But you just for Merc early and late game. I mean, I swapped my Merc over to a Ranger because the Ranger just worked better. Generally speaking, I love the grenade playstyle. So as much as I want to like the crossbow reload is too annoying until you get the tier 3 gem that makes crossbow reload faster. And even with that tier 3 gem, I don't want to be bothered by crossbow. I know that the galvanic charts are a bit different. Still, though, no crossbow for me. So for Merc, it's like literally only the grenade playstyle that has any big interest on my side. It was probably the quickest run through of this area ever.
The Faridan should know better than to let this madness transpire.
So if you generally have like disconnect issues, I don't know if it would help swapping the server. I mean, yesterday, for example, we were playing on Milan and Milan was horrible. So we swapped over from Milan to Frankfurt and everything is working better again. Sometimes the servers can be complete shit.
Take your time. I'll unburden you.
Okay, with 2 more skill points, that would give me... You wanted me to go for Endless Blizzard. You were talking about this. We like, it doesn't seem to increase the skill rank, Neil. Patch notes look promising. They do. What fire spell using along with Frostbolt? Oh, that's Fireball. And we have a forking support that when the Fireball hits the thingy, then it forks. And you get even more fireballs. That allows me to, well, go... Works really fine. Being able to abort levers while dodging is going to save lives. Tons of lives, my friend. Tons. Mine. Berliner Schnauze, thank you for the 3rd month of support already. Appreciation, sir. Chat, if you did bring your Prime Gaming subscription on Twitch, don't forget to use it. Or break your FPS? No, we're fine. I mean, we're already using Scattershot, and we're using Unleash, my friend. We're not using Wild Charge, though, as... I found Fork to be more reliable, as I know it always works. My baby Sorc is 13. Yeah, with your baby Sorc, you're gonna have to, like, go through up to level 32, and then you can start using this. Because with level 32, you can activate the tier 9 skill gems. Until then, no tier 9 spells for you, and the Fireball is a tier 9 spell. As is the Frost Wall. So those are the minimal level requirements to get this rolling. Before that, you're playing the standard Spark shebang with the Orb of Storms to just go Spark Orb of Storms fun. I mean, it's like boring. I'm gonna be honest, like the Spark Orb of Storms is for me personally very boring playstyle. Wait, I have Temporal Chains finally. Am I gonna use that?
Temporal Chains is a curse that slows enemies and causes effects on them to last longer.
Yeah, we're not going to use Temporal Chains right now. What did Eye of Winter do again? I did Critical Weakness on hit, right?
Winter is a moving storm that launches projectiles, firing...
We don't need it right now. That makes sense. D4 back, let your Imperial 2. Well, I'll be playing D4 again in 5 days. Because then we're getting the new season. I mean, both games are great in their own right. It's actually a pretty simple concept to grasp. Even though some people need to spread their tribalism. I was genuinely, though, surprised. There were a lot of people under our today's Diablo video telling us they're already looking forward to get a little vacation from PoE. As obviously not everyone enjoys the PoE endgame, myself included. Might hit you with a surprise, but I'm generally not an endgame enjoyer in ARPGs, no matter what endgame it is. I like leveling characters. That what gives me the most joy. So no matter how good or bad your endgame is, it doesn't really affect me much. Oh, we're not there yet. I need to go further down. I have hyperfixation. I can't play multiple games at once. There's nothing wrong with that. Just hyperfixate for the moment. I'm not there yet. We're trying to move like more low this time to get the lightning shebang first. So that's what we're looking for, right? The permanent lightning resistance bonus. Where are you, lightning resistance? And why are you not here? Last time I looked for so long. Never expected to find some people that didn't enjoy the endgame. Oh, there are tons of people that don't like the endgame. I mean, it's like, the interesting part is that we have a complete new game called Path of Exile 2, but the endgame just literally tells you that this is Path of Exile 1. And it creates a very interesting disconnect between people actually really, really liking the game, really, really enjoying the game, having a lot of fun during the campaign, because that's Path of Exile 2. But as soon as you enter the end game, you're like, well, this is a different game. This is not Path of Exile 2 anymore. It's an intriguing disconnect that hits a lot of people. Play for campaign, me too. So really, though, PoE 2 was designed from the get-go to be the same as PoE 1. No, PoE 2 distinctively feels different than PoE 1 in every single way. I mean, that the mapping turned out to be the same, I think right now that's more to their time constraint. I mean, if they had more time and less push, they would have definitely come up with a better endgame than we have right now. I know there's the PoE 1 but better crowd, but let's be fair, that crowd is just scared of change. Sorry. That hits you right in the fields. But it is what it is. Don't be scared of change. You can apply an additional curse, double activation delay. If I can apply an additional curse, then I can use temporal chains. Right? Can I use something on that one? I can't use two.
You are relentless, but that makes you predictable. The time of the Faradin is nigh.
New Game Plus? I wouldn't actually mind a New Game Plus. I wouldn't actually mind that. More than playing the end game. Which is funny. Can I even hit this one with my ice waltz? Because like his area is kind of like stupid for this. Probably better off just killing him with the ice bombs. Yeah, I'm not really like it's not really creating the ice waltz the way it does in a smaller area. Cause like I gotta cast them like further away from him. I think that's the plan here. Yeah. Can't like cast him so hardcore on him. Like here a bit further in front. Oh wow, he just pooped on me. I have 7 characters. I'm definitely burned on Act 3 the most. Surprisingly, like since Act 3 can be pretty much speedrun after half of it, it's kind of fine. New Game Plus, the campaign is a slog. Yeah, but see, like, you think the campaign is a slog? I love the campaign. If there was a New Game Plus option, I would eat it up, certainly. That's why we're already at different, like, you know, playstyles, different fun. There are people that hated their first campaign playthrough, and I'm like, but how? The campaign is like the most fun the game has to offer. But I think a lot of people think that way because they're missing their Path of Exile 1 zooming. It'd be the most likeliest explanation I can find. Because if you want to have the zooming, right? The booming through areas, the going strong, the real like deal, like I'm super powerful and I'm just flying through whatever there is. Then I guess sure the campaign is a slog in comparison to what you could later. Okay, so we're just spamming frost bombs against this guy right now. Just shows me how powerful Frostbomb is despite like being way past using this a lot on bosses. Still very good. D4 is maybe the season of Necro. I mean, Necro has traditionally been one of the strongest characters in D4 since the insurgence of D4, so not really worried for the Necro. We're gonna prevail no matter what. Spell damage at cast speed, cool. There's a lot of cast speed. But unless we get already ranks into Shebang Bang, we're probably not really gonna bother taking any. 13. Oh, that's Spirit Gem. I need that Spirit Gem back. Give me that back. Seriously. Are you opt-in for trying hardcore? The one-shotting scares me.
We will have our justice.
I mean, you like. If you're playing hardcore, you just play softcore only in scared, okay? So, like, I've had that experience in Diablo 2. So how do I play hardcore? I play it the same as softcore, just scared.
Ready yourself. We must prevail, no matter what. The Faradin will fall.
I really dislike doing the campaign. I could understand that if the campaign wasn't the game, right? Garzel. But in this case, the campaign is the game. There is like nothing else, right? Oh god, I get stuck between these guys and my ice walls weren't ice walling. So let's go the right side. Because that's the thing, there is nothing else in this game, right? There's no activity you could be doing. There's no hell tides or whatever. Like, I mean, if the campaign wasn't there for leveling for your subsequent characters, the only thing you could do would be spamming maps from the beginning on. And I'll be honest, I can't see how that is fun in any way. Without any structure to it, just do maps. Like, level 1 character goes into maps and that's it. And you just do low-level maps and then you just keep doing maps to level up. I mean, as interesting as breaches, rituals, and expeditions are, they're more like fun little mini games than a whole extra zone or a specific zone with things. I have to say that playing through the campaign in Path of Exile 1 bothered me more than Path of Exile 2 because it doesn't bother me at all in Path of Exile 2. And there's a distinctive difference here. If you ever played Path of Exile 1, I feel like the zones are bigger for the reason that you were expected to use a movement skill to move through the zones. Now, if you're expected to use a movement skill to move through the zones, then the whole game is like concepted in that way, right? But what if I was too lazy to use a movement skill or didn't want to get an aneurysm for playing a game because I don't want to just blink, 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 flame jump, blink, flame, blah, 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 until I get a seizure. So, but since the game was concepted that way, all the areas felt like so weird to traverse through, right? You were just supposed to like blink fast, go through it, and never look left, right, and center, and just like absolutely fly through what there is, right? And now in Path of Exile 2, I can just, I mean, the zones are still have a mediocre size. Some are bigger, some are smaller, but there's no zone where I'm really like moving very long through. Not everyone plays PoE1 that way, but most, and the zones were definitely made for that. Like you cannot tell me from a map design, from a level design, that PoE1 was made for that zooming playstyle. That's how all the zones feel in that game to me. And that's what bothered me at some point, because it felt like really tedious not doing it, but it felt annoying doing it. That's at least the disconnect I had there, personally. And that's what I don't have in this game. It makes it so much more fun to me. I still hate the Dreadnought as a Sorc, but I gotta say that with the Ice Wall, this is way less painful than without the Ice Wall. So on my first run through here, I did this with Spark and without Frostbolts. Yep. Chad, we did this whole area with Spark. And let me tell you, it was interesting to attempt it with only Spark. And, well, the Spark support skills, but still. EU player, problem connecting to Steam? Nope. Not a single problem this morning. That was a lot of damage. Ha! Teleport back! What are you gonna do now, huh? Oh, Jesus. Wall of ice! Wall of ice! Wall of ice! Ice bomb! Wall of ice! So I'm like trying to kill you guys, but I really can't put like walls of ice in front of you because, well, you're on a tiny gangplank and I just can't even access you anymore. Yeah, great. This is exactly how we wanted this to be. Tiny gangplanks that you can't even put walls of ice on. Okay, let's ignore him because we don't really want to get bothered. No! They jumped me! The first zoom with Spark, it was pretty painful. Yes. I mean, certainly if I would do it again right now with Spark, I would probably have to take, what was it again? I would probably have to take the Frostbolt. I mean, I was just stubborn because I just didn't want to really mess with the Frostbolt anymore. The Frostbolt is really what makes this whole zone a bit more convenient because you just throw this with a scatter shot down the drain and everything just dies to, or everything just gets frozen permanently. Jesus Christ. The stunning is very annoying. Minions are awful in this area. I didn't find so. I mean, at least last time I went with my witch because you just... I did skeletal archers. So skeletal archers felt plenty good. At least as I remember it. Because you just gas bombed everything and it just died. So that was just me. Goodness Christ. Your poking is annoying. Stop poking me. Oh, he exploded me with a corpse explosion. Yeah, this is definitely less annoying than with the less annoying than with the... Oh wow, we're just dying like so fast sometimes. So very less annoying than with the Spark, but definitely not less annoying. So still annoying, but by a magnitude as a Sorc. This is the moment where you really feel weak as a Sorc, right? Like everything before, like every boss fight, every area. But this is one of the areas that just makes you feel shitty. And that's okay, I guess. I mean, you need to be shown your limits every now and then as a sorceress. I accept the chat. When we could again also just play slower, I guess. But that's not an option. Speed over everything. Speed and repetitive death over everything. See, and that's what I meant about hardcore, by the way. So how would I attempt this whole thing hardcore? Well, I mean, first and foremost, I would have less damage and way more defense. Like, I only have 2,000 energy shield. I could already sit at 3,000 energy shield if I did my passive points a bit different. That would be an option, right? Just be way thicker. And then between every mob pack, make sure that my energy shield is pretty much filled up. And not just, like, waltz into enemies with, like, 0% energy shield, right? No, actually wait until it's full and then keep traversing instead of just pushing onwards. Like, you know, you just faced a pack of mobs and your energy shield is empty and you're just like, oh, we should totally push into the next pack of mobs because what's the worst thing that happens? Oh yeah, I'm dead. That's pretty much how I would play hardcore. Again, just the same gameplay, just scared. Maybe not forget that you actually have a time rewind ability, but that's for asking for too much because, I mean, seriously. What do you expect me to do? Not forget that I have a time rewind ability? I'm not that smart. I get a massive lag spike daily on Xbox. Yeah, welcome to Path of Exile. There's nothing you can do about it. Massive playstyles are part of the experience. Sorry. My ego would make me fight in the middle of 100 enemies. Exactly. The disconnects are starting to bother you. Have you tried going for different servers? I mean, it might be a console thing, but on PC, like if I have disconnects, usually a server swap fixes that for me. There is a lot of minions here just right now. Being able to just be like super nope them is kind of useful. Haha! You thought you had me, and you almost did, but... Funny part is you can use Asala as a tank. For some weird reason, they decided to give her an actual hitbox. Or not a hitbox, like a collision box, because she can stand in the middle of this walkway and block everyone. Right, I mean, these dudes somehow get past her. But the rest of the gang is like stuck on the other side of the gangplank. Until you walk a little bit too close, and then they just start ignoring Asala and just start accosting you. Okay, we can summon exactly one single ice spike here that we can then break apart. Unless, obviously, these poking dudes break that single ice spike apart. I cannot cast. Thank you, I can cast again. Ma'am, you just stabbed, like, you stood, like, I don't know, four enemy length away from me, and for some reason you could stab me. Like, like, seriously, I'm bamboozled I even took damage there. What was that? You might have noticed on my no reaction that I did not expect to get booped there at all on that distance. Like, where did that come from? I know you have a pike. I know it's relatively long, but that was unnaturally long. Yeah, that's something you might have never heard in your live chat. It's okay, though. It's fine. Team Girth. Japan server, much better, still laggy. I feel like there's something distinctively weird with their servers, and I don't know if it's servers or netcode or overall load on the server, because we all know that you can play completely fine and then 1 second later, everything is bad. Like, it seems almost like, so the best way I could explain it is that the maximum amount of instances on that server is reached. Because they have their server capacity, right? And the servers can create The servers can create XXX instances. And now let's say the server can make 1 million instances. But if I now go from the Dreadnought Vanguard over to the next area, the last area still exists. So that's 2 instances, right? And you have hundred thousands of players who create more than 1 instance. So the only possible explanation you have for that is if too many instances maybe were created and then it just like starts lagging. But even that would feel bad if that was the case. Right? Could you all just stop fighting her? Like, it's literally this one bridge who's causing all my trouble here right now. So yeah, that's kind of like the only explanation maybe for that random lag, but it was already in Path of Exile 1. When it was the same way, you were like in one zone, everything was perfect. Suddenly you enter the next zone and like it's almost like you're playing 2 different games, right? Suddenly your game is only lags and nothing else, just lags. So weird. Okay, there, 1 ice spike only for you, lady. So I didn't anticipate like ice to have like a problem with these bridges this much, but I also didn't think about the consequences of having to fight like on these tiny bridges. I guess at this point I'm farming, chat. Right? At this point we're farming. If you want to call it that. We're almost done with the area. Just like 3 more wagons and we got this, chat. Good. Sorry, we couldn't cast there for a second because too many spears were being thrown at us. Trying to bring the ice over to their area. Now let me put the ice on the next wagon. Like, see if we managed to go ahead of them, right? We managed to go ahead of them and get like the ice on the wagon before they run over. Everything is fine. Unless they're obviously jumping us, then nothing is fine. Then we're being jumped. Wonder if magnified effect would help here when you magnify the effect of your ice. The game feels that you're underleveled. I mean, I'm always underleveled. Like, I don't know if you're actually... Are you ever appropriately leveled for the zone that you're supposed to be in? I mean, when I play through the campaign at this point, like, only my first character was probably appropriately leveled. But if I play the game normal, like I do, and if I go efficiently through zones, I will always end up underleveled. I mean, unless I really go through the areas and I go into every single nook and cranny, no matter if there's something interesting or not. That's probably the only way how I don't end up underleveled. Otherwise, it's always underleveled. There's no way how I'm not ending up like that. That might be just me. But I live in this state of underlevelment. I think my fastest playthrough so far has been level 58. Or my lowest playthrough has been level 58. And my highest level 65. And everything else is kind of like in between. But I end usually sub 60. Considering that like their plan is that you're level 65 at the end of the campaign. I must be doing something wrong. We must be playing ban. Haha, haha, get fucked. I don't even kill them with fireballs at that point anymore. It's just you kill them with more ice walls, okay? Yeah, ice walls do tons of damage. This, by the way, wouldn't work as a Stormweaver to kill them with ice walls because you're just too fast running out of them. That's the one advantage that you have here as a temporal, because I am getting my cooldowns back differently, or I'm not using my cooldowns, so that helps tremendously to just be like, surprise, 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 ice walls, more ice walls. Have you heard ice walls yet? Well, more. Like, really have all of them. Like, if you weren't a Chronomancer, good riddance trying to spam like that. Probably have to go for fast forward to have like the cooldown faster up again. Which would be bad in itself to have to waste the support for that. The U servers just went down for the patch. Are you sure? Because I'm on the U server. Oh, sorry. Okay, here. Could you please summon... Oh, he's not even summoning ice here because, well, let me check my notes. There's no space! There, deal with it, nerds. Okay, you shall not come over here and cause havoc because you're annoying. God. Oh my lord. I got poked. You die more than any other character. Surprisingly, my Stormweaver died more at this point. It's not by much. I mean, like generally Dreadnought is just pain to play through, you know? The point where Stormweaver was feeling like less deathy was as soon as you hit Archmage. But that's also the same point where Stormweaver hits Archmage, kinda. Because obviously Archmage is like, it's not a exclusive skill to one, right? It can be used by all of them. I'm not even sure if we're going to use Archmage because I'll have to get way more spirit for that, for all of them. I completely forgot that I might need more spirit abilities to get everything running. So I want to do cast and freeze. Archmage is obviously broken. I mean, it's broken. It forces Mage to play like in a certain archetype. I wish life builds had something like Archmage 2, where they could also, like, I don't know, stack life instead of mana to get more damage. Archmage just seems so silly. Like, I'm gonna stack that one resource that I anyways need to cast my spells and to use Mind Over Matter, and I'll just get more damage for that as well. Like, so I'll just have one thing that does it all. So why wouldn't I? Okay, we got one more skill point. We should invest a jewel at this point. I'm probably liking more cold damage to now. Probably more energy shield jewel. Okay, we got increased cold damage. There we go, Chan. More cold damage is more frost walls. Doing frost wall things. And you know what the sad part about that death like there a second ago is? That you're like pretty much like 2 wagons just away from Jamanra. So we just need to go over this very lengthy, stupid, tiny, thin bridge. And as soon as we're over and these minions just let me pass through, we're like perfect. Thank you very much. Could you just all like stop walking on the bridge? One by one especially. Like, so we've heard you're holding this bridge here, so we'll just walk on it one by one. Thank you very much. A grounding charm might actually be useful. Just the one problem why we die here is getting randomly stunned. And not only stunned once, it's like getting stunned. Well, I feel like this is gonna be bad if I don't take care of it. Yeah. I feel like this is one of these scenarios where shit is gonna hit the fan if you don't do something about it. No, don't push me. You're weird. You know how annoying that is, getting pushed by one and having to stay like inside of you? Thank you very much. I want the sandals. I want the wand. I want the focus. Actually, you know, I almost want everything you have. Jeez. Surprise. Last time I tuned into your stream, we were in the same spot. Yes, that is true. We've been stuck like it's Martins. This is obviously not cruel. We have been stuck in normal since the last time you came here.
Do you even know what he is?
We've had issues.
No matter. You'll find my king far more capable than Count Geonor.
Will all mace passives still work? Yes, Zardage. All mace passives still work with Giant's Blood. Giant's Blood is amazing. With the warrior, we use two-handed mace together with a shield. Okay, let's go in resistance. Let's do this. Let's I mean, at least he, like, compared to the other guy, can get hit by the ice walls, so it's working at least. To still keep the curse online. Oh, sorry, I didn't look at my life. Oops. You need to pay a little bit more attention to my life. I tend to completely ignore it. Whee! And teleport. And teleport. Should you waste your teleports right in front of the fight? Yeah. I mean, what's the worst thing that happens? You die? Yeah, probably. But what's the worst thing that happens, right? Oh, I'm surprised. Okay. Get away from me. Frost wall. Frost wall. This particular part was so annoying as a Spark Sorc because you had like these dudes like accosting you and you were like having to get them rid of them and they were just keeping like pushing into you and you couldn't like stop them.
will impede my enemies.
Would you like to have full ascendancy points for your playthrough? No, thank you. We're making starter builds into the end game, so we need to also go through the whole progress. Otherwise, it's useless. Why even bother making new character levels when, you know, leveling characters is the most fun part of the game. I never understand why people try to take shortcuts there, as leveling up characters is the embodiment of ARPGs. Just this morning, I saw someone saying, like, you should abolish leveling for new characters in this season. Just let us be in the end game straight away. But, I mean, like, leveling is the only reason I still play ARPGs, because it gives you exactly the reason you play ARPGs, for the power fantasy. I mean, you play these games to have a character that starts as a noob and becomes a god. At least that's why I play these games, right? You start very weak and you gradually become stronger until you are OP. And that's like the whole shebang. That's the whole plan. That's the power fantasy. I mean, otherwise, just spawn me in every season with endgame gear and just let me walk into the endgame, I guess.
This is not over. Not yet.
I'm just trying to give a little bit back since I'm poor. Don't you try to give anything back, Rock On. You're just here to have a good time. Appreciate it, though.
Is done.
An emerald. You pick that up. Is this one of the Citadel bosses? I mean, yes, he is one of the Citadel bosses, but that was not the Citadel boss we're leveling. Increased damage with quarterstaves. A blind on hit with attacks. Pin buildup. That seems so over the place. So over the place.
My worst fear.
Come now, Shade. Share your truth with me.
You're right.
Oh no, he's Sin. Who would have thought, Chan?
It was I, or why there
It was like the biggest non-reveal for Path of Exile 1 players, right? It's like, shocketh not. I did not totally see that coming. There's a beam that shows you where citadels are now, if you're close to them. I mean, close-ish to them. It's not going to be like, the beam is not like visible on hundreds of kilometers.
There was once an empire that embraced corruption.
Hey, could you identify my items? And where's my salvage bench here? Is there no salvage bench here? But I got so much stuff that I don't need. Okay, stash a doodle. What kind of jewel would we be looking for, chat, for this build? I could go for cold damage. Cold damage, energy shield, recharge rate, cold damage, damage recouped as life, increased cold damage cast speed, chance to ignite, magnitude of ailment, cold damage, energy shield, recharge. I could take energy shield probably. Maximum energy shield and cast speed. In here, we'll just take this one here. Energy shield and... Here, cast speed, critical hit chance, increased area of effect of curses. Yeah, let's just take that. There you go.
The humidity is disgusting.
The humidity is disgusting. That's what I think every single time when I'm somewhere humid. I totally understand this lady, Chan. Feel her pain. I feel like we need a injection of damage, Chad. I mean, we're doing decent damage, but I feel like we need a boost. Don't feel weak per se. Okay, we kind of need to walk to the dude here, give him a curse. Hit him with the best shot. Do, 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 do. Sir, you can't be keeping exploding my ice here. That's just not okay. We didn't play on that. Oh, I was sunken into the ground. He can sink you into the ground too? That's so interesting. Staff? Ultimate life flask. Finally, the ultimate life flask. I wonder, you get one lesser jeweler's orb if you do the 2 elites in Act 3 normal. Does Act 3 cruel actually give you a bigger jeweler's orb? I never checked. They don't, right? It would be OP. And way too soon. But what if, though? It's another lesser, so I don't have to bother. Well, I'm already here. Might as well. Oh, he didn't take any damage because he has the extra energy shield. There was something about this in the patch notes, by the way, guys. Probably my favorite patch note thingy. That monsters with extra energy shield have a way more reasonable amount of extra energy shield. There's one of my favorite comments because it's kind of overtuned. Like they have like 8 times their life as energy shield. You're like, okay, sir, it's enough. I have already dealt like 5 million damage to you. And your actual life is like 500,000. Right? I've been beating you off all night long. It's time for you to die, pretty much. Players can do the same with energy shield. Well, but you're a player. You're not a minion. Is it worth the quality of the Herald of Thunder? I mean, if you plan to play Herald of Thunder, it's worth the quality of everything. But you need to press Alt and then hover over your skills. And then it shows you what actually happens if you quality something up. Some items only get some cooldown reduction. Some items get like minimal increase in damage. So it's not necessarily worth it on every single thing. Okay, let's try to find the Bog Witch so I can use my cast on freeze, I guess. Because that's what we've been looking forward to. That's Sigil of Power, the next level. What's Sigil of Power? What's the skill here that gives you a little bit bonus damage? So we just put it down and just get a little bit bonus damage, because I already have it. Hmm.
Still alive. Anything, it's a deer.
Oh, sorry. Wanted to keep that.
Be wary.
So. Trippy, thank you for the 37 months of support. Trippy, welcome back. They're kind of you. Very low and does no damage to the build. You're wrong, but it's cute that you came here just to say that.
Now just an overgrown jungle. Fall before me.
Also, could I do more damage with Spark? Most certainly I could. Do you even know how boring Spark is to play? Thank you very much. Good morning, Victor. Hope you're doing well, brother. Phew. Wonder, are the stages visible? I've never played much with a sigil, so are the stages visible in the... Ah, they're visible. Okay, like it. What's your ascendancy? We're a Chronomancer. And we're not actually using our ascendancy much, apart from the passive cooldown boost. We do have the temporal rift if we get in danger, but let's be fair. If the Sorc gets in the danger where you could use the temporal rift, you mostly die. Because like, in order to use the temporal rift, you gotta be in a situation where you get downed a lot, and then you are temporal rifting like there, right? But mainly it's in situations where you get like stun locked, and then you would die anyways, like this, right? So the temporal rift wouldn't even help there very much, like. So it's like nice to have, but I'm more using it for a mana reset at the current point, where I would empty my mana completely, and I would temporal rift to get my mana back, and that's it. That's what I would do with temporal rift currently, opposed to actual like trying to save myself, as well, in the situations where you could, you can't, because you're anyway stunned. I use it after Bling to blink back to a group of mobs. Yeah, but see, like there is ways to use it for things, but it's not like you're actually using it like, oh no, I need survival, and then survival button. At least like so far as I've been playing. Maybe I also suck at the game, who knows? So like these gorillas just stunning me one after the other, and doing like incredible amounts of damage to me with one single hit. Ta-da. We're doing the thing. I mean, we're finally doing the Chronomancer. We've been waiting for this a long time. I didn't want to do a Chronomancer because all mage builds are kind of relying on Archmage at some point. And I didn't want to make another build that is maybe susceptible to a nerf, since Archmage might get torched. What level do I need to be for Archmage? I don't even remember. 56? The 56? 52. Oh. You also need the spirit to use it. Good. This Cruel Act 3. This is currently Cruel Act 3, yes. Oh, isn't this where the monkey dude should... No, this is not where the monkey dude should be. I am surprised. Let's go down. The whole mutation of this area has me in shambles here right now. See, that would be the spirit gem, or another spirit gem we've been looking for. We need to get to the Azak Bok really quick because I want to have that 100 permanent spirit right away. I don't want to use any spirit items. Oh wait, did we not pick up the spirit gem? No. So we have a tier 13. See, like, Archmage is level 58. You are wrong. You lied to me, chat. Another time. I've been lied to by the chat. 58. Was really late. But we also wanted to play Cast on Comet, rather, for the YOLOs. I mean, main reason I just want to play Cast on Comet is because why not? Play on Soul, self-found, always. Oh, look, Mom, this is better. This is more energy shield. That's more life, more mana, more resistance. Well, actually less resistance, but I guess it's fine. Okay, 2,000 energy shield. Whoop, whoop. Another tier 3 support. I'm rather surprised how few tier 3 supports I needed for this so far. I haven't really been using many. It's okay, I guess. I like when builds mostly with tier 1 and tier 2s. I'm debating between Sorc and Ranger. I feel like Ranger has more variety at the given point. I mean, there's tons of Deadeye builds that work, and tons of like Deadeye hybrid builds to other classes like the Deadeye Merc, the Lightning Deadeye, the Frozen Shot Ranger, the Ice Herald, the Lightning Herald of Thunder, Mixed Ranger. So there is many things. They get the Pathfinder with the concoctions. Like, really, Ranger has a lot of breadth and scope. Play all these different fun things. Can't wait to get this dude finally have his combat roll taken away, chat. Ryan? There was the combat roll, but my ice wall ate the damage. Very useful, honestly. Oh, poor guy. You try to merc with minions. I really don't see why that would make any sense. Okay, what can I do with this? I could have penetrate more cold resistance and get more cold exposure. I would increase the cold damage and then go for more cold exposure, probably. Because we're inflicting a lot of cold exposure, so that makes sense. You can make a build for us slower people. We have tons of builds for slower people. So we already have the Merc build in general, or the Merc Ranger, which is a very slow-paced build. I mean, you just throw down grenades and then you roll around the grenades and that's it. It's very simple to play, doesn't need many inputs, and it's quite fun. Okay, where is low waypoint? Oh, the low waypoint was probably all the way on the other side. Totem Warrior, yeah, too. Totem Warrior is amazing. Also for rather slow people because you just run around and put totems down. And the boss fights are also you just summoning totems and running around the boss in a circle. All right, it sounds stupid, but that's what the totem warrior is. It's kind of like totems and then circling, more totems, more circling. And I heard totems and then circle again. And because of your life regeneration, you don't even have to take potions because while you're circling around bosses, you just do that. I don't want to fight him. He has a temporal bubble and he's going to be hunting me. And I really don't want this because this is like stupid. Leave me alone. He also has volatile crack and that's like kind of stupid. And that's why I hate you. Leave me alone, stupid monkey. Do you know how much I really don't want to fight you? That's what I said. I gotta run away from volatile cracks while that is hitting me. Okay, so I would have assumed that here is the waypoint. But the waypoint could also be here, right? I doubt that the waypoint is there. That would be very unlikely, or that the waypoint is here. So it's actually, man, it might just be there right next to it. I've had that before. If a Spark build, yes, Spark was my first Sorc I did, and it was fun to do it once. Then it gets super boring. When as strong as Spark is, at the same time, it's kind of like dull. I gotta say, that's the character I look forward to play the least. So I had fun getting it leveled up. I had fun reaching the end game. And then I was like, yeah, that was an okay experience. I think I'm done with it now. As it just really felt like it was good, but don't have to like go in depth further. There's just more exciting builds to play, generally speaking. Now that being said, most very good endgame builds are rather simplistic to play. You know, I like a lot of people tend to complain like that builds are boring or builds are too simple. But that's kind of like what it ends up to be in the endgame often. Like the builds are not sophisticated nor complicated. The strongest builds are usually just using one skill that's super strong and the support to make that super strong skill go super strong. And that's it. That's the nature of ARPGs, right? You're not using like 5 different skills to make something work. Because if you have to use 5 different skills to make something work, it's going to become tedious down the line. Especially if you have to use these skills in tandem the whole time. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, where's the goddamn waypoint? I hate this area. Cramba Bully, thank you for the 37 months of support. Cramba Bully, good to see you there. Macros. Macros is cheating. Seriously, brother. Come on now. Using macros just shows that you're an inferior gamer. Might as well just call yourself Elon Musk and buy an account and then just, you know, suck at the game. And we all don't want that, right? Okay, Neil, a shield I should farm for you. Okay, what do you need, Neil? You want a shield that says... Uh-huh. Ah, I have not seen that one, Neil. I assume that one is from the Chronomancer, probably. I can suck at the game without buying an account. Me too, brother. Me too. I don't have to buy an account for that. I can just be terrible. You just wish you had iron runes. Currency exchange, sir. You can get iron runes at the currency exchange for extremely cheap. So in case you didn't know this, guys, because I ran out of iron runes as well. I wasn't aware of this as well until someone told me, because I felt kind of stupid about it. But the currency exchange is also full of runes, and they really don't cost much. People have like an overabundance of them. So, yeah. You don't have Exalts, but you have Val and Chaos Orbs. With Chaos Orbs, you can often buy things in the currency exchange as well. Sometimes even with Regal Orbs. Oh, I really just died there. That was quick. Didn't expect. Can you show me the settings for those graphics on top? You just press F1. And then you can press F1 again here. F1, 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 F1. I mostly just have my ping up to know when shit hits the fan. Like, you know when the game just decides to go really weird? It's very helpful. I mean, it's not like you don't notice it straight away when the game decides to just hit the shitter. But it's still good to see. I like your builds you can make work in a reasonable amount of time. Well, it helps that all my builds are like solo self-found, so that was my attempt, like from the very beginning on. If I was going to play the game, I was gonna make things that everyone can reproduce in their own given time, as you say. Has always been my attempt in ARPGs. Diablo's obviously a bit different because, like, it's more farmable. I mean, generally, Diablo is a more farmable game, right? You want to have a certain something, you can really just do content for that. I mean, if I'm telling you, like, hey, you want a new crossbow? You want a new expert bombardment crossbow? Just play the game. Fuck you. Thank you. There's no like, oh, you want to have a bombardment crossbow? Listen. Nah, fucking play the game. Maybe you'll get it. Maybe you won't. Maybe you'll never see it. Yeah. That's pretty much it. You know? Welcome to the Thunderdome. I don't need that. Okay, we're almost there, guys. Let's find the Bog Witch, and then we should be good. Atana is good to see there. What builds Chrono plays other than Aurabot? I mean, right now we're playing the Ice Shatter shotgun build. I feel like we're slowly running lower on damage than I'm comfortable with, but I could be changing things in my tree for less defense and more damage. So, but I don't feel like doing that as well because I want to have the defense, right? And I'm happy with my 2,000 energy shield. How many ascendancy points do you have? You have 4 at this point. I mean, I'm level 56, and at this point you don't have more. I guess the way how I could have gotten more damage is just by picking up a spirit amulet. Probably. So yeah, but Neil, is this like, generally Neil has a bit more experience with this version of the build, so is this the level of damage we're expecting, Neil? Or should we be weaseling out more from the passive tree? Because let's be fair, campaign, you might go for more survival, right? But generally, the way how you beat campaign is just get more damage. It's usually how you handle anything in the campaign. Oh, so you wanna know how to beat a boss? Just get more damage. You wanna know how to do this and this? Just get even more damage. Oh, you're stuck at certain content? Well, you know, have you heard about damage? You can use the currency exchange in Solo Self-Found. Safe. I play semi-fake Solo Self-Found. So I play in the normal league, Solo Self-Found, because I'm not interested in trading over the trading website with players. But I play Solo Self-Found in the normal league. Why am I doing this? Because I like the currency exchange. I think the currency exchange is a rock-solid game feature. What I don't like is going on that website to trade with players and steal myself the fun. It's called self-imposed Solo Self-Found. Yes, it's SISSF, SISSF, self-imposed Solo Self-Found. It's called being difficult, pretty much. Being extra. Like, I'm literally, in this case, I'm probably more extra than hardcore players. So, don't worry if you're stuck in Solo Self-Found, though, guys, because you can leave Solo Self-Found when the patch hits. The patch has a very interesting feature, in case you missed this. What is the feature that the patch is going to give you? The feature is that you can migrate from a Solo Self-Found league, for example, to the normal trade league, if you then wish to. Which means you can still play Solo Self-Found if you wish to, in the trade league, but you could use the currency exchange, like I'm doing. Because as you say, it's annoying if you're out of iron runes. Yes, it is annoying. And then you just, you know, use the currency exchange and get yourself some iron runes and still have some fun. The currency exchange is helpful. Like, I wouldn't even call helpful. It just allows me to have more fun. That's the word I like to attribute to it. It's a fun feature that brings more fun to the game without taking any fun away. Right? The game ain't less challenging because of the currency exchange. It's like the same challenge. It just adds bonus fun. The game becomes how to trade instead of how to PoE, but that is the end game in every ARPG though. But that's also why, like, so for example in Diablo 4, at some point if you want to push deeper into the pit, right? So Diablo 4's endgame is like mapping, just different. You have the pit that you're pushing deeper into, right? Instead of tier 15 maps, you're trying to get 150 of the pit. And at some point it doesn't become anymore, how do I play to get more items to be in the pit? It just becomes, how do I trade to get better items to go deeper into the pit? Because your gameplay at some point doesn't matter anymore. It just matters what items you trade for that will allow you to go deeper. I mean, last season, our friend Neil gave us, what was it, Neil? 20 billion gold? Yeah, Neil gave us 20 billion gold, and we used that 20 billion gold to trade. So we could get 5 levels deeper in the pit. That was it. It wasn't down to my gameplay. It was literally down to buying myself respective items from the trade to go deeper into the end game. Ta-da! End game. And that's why I'm generally not a big fan of endgame content in that regard, because it often comes down to just something like that. Right? Also, did we not look at our HP there? We totally did not look at our HP. When I was just scooting. I was just brain dead scooting. Gotta say that that's an issue I have with Sorc. Like, the Merc is a less brain dead scooting for me, at least personally. The Warrior was a bit less brain dead scooting, but the Sorc has been, like, I tend to turn my brain off when I play the Sorc. I don't know why that is. It just is. Okay, let's go through the middle. Middle. Oh no, I couldn't go through the middle because... Oh, there's the camp. I found it. I'm so talented. That's why I killed myself, Chan, so I could find the camp of Sebastian and the gang. Should we move in any way? Nah, we'll just stand AFK, put the curse on him, and put him in, put ice bombs on him, cage him in ice, more ice bombs. I mean, unless that thing just tends to stun lock you, then things are getting annoying. But for that, we have more ice, and then we do more ice, and a little bit more ice. And some ice on top of the ice. Okay, what do we got there? Lightning damage, attack speed. These attack speed ones could be good if they weren't so bad. Thank you, Slaughty Bartfizz, for the 8 months of support. Morphe for the 2. Sir Kalu for the 2 as well. And Cramba Bully for the 37 months. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Because you're playing at more range and have a distance as a dodge buffer. That makes sense. I just accept that I will reach a point where I can't advance, and that's my favorite point in the game. So right now I have this philosophy with every character. If I reach a point where I can't advance, I'm just done with that character and move on to the next one, right? That's why a lot of characters are like around 75, because 75 is where usually you hit the point where you need a little bit better equipment to then keep progressing depending on what build you're playing. Or things start getting like a bit more tedious, and or you just ran out of maps, which also happens quite frequently despite GGG trying to deny that that seems to be an issue for many gamers. And then you just make a new character. Suspiciously missing Sorc. Good to see you there, sir. Or not good to see you there. I'm not entirely sure. Thank you for your subscription. Which is just cheating the game. Which is just cheating the game. Unless you can't figure out... Oh my goodness, I'm so stuck. The first time the temporal thingy was actually useful, Chan. I saved myself by scooting back in time. So, Witch was truly cheating the game until you never could figure out her survival. Like, if you, for example, refuse to take a shield at some point with the Witch and just keep playing a focus. I mean, I could have swapped over for a shield for my Sorc a while ago, too. But for some reason, I still like using a focus. Waystones, Chronic? Well... Still, Chronics, no matter what you're saying about Waystones, there are tons of people who have a Waystone shortage, especially in the area of tier 6 to tier 10. Or tier 6 to tier 15.
Servi was right. The Azak must be dealt with.
Good. I wish you could dual wield 2 scepters, Neil. Why can you not dual wield 2 scepters and just get like all these spirit? That would make me a very happy person. Okay, let's see if we can speedrun this area and not give a flying fart about many opponents. And luckily they're all like frost vulnerable. That'd be nuts. It would be great, right? Left hand 150 spirit, right hand 150 spirit. Give me a gazillion minions. I mean, you would have to meet the stat requirements, obviously, with Giant's Blood, but it would be funny if it was possible. I'm generally sad that I can't do more stupid things with Giant's Blood, because like, why can I not wield 2 crossbows? Right? Like, why do you hate me? Why can I not wield 2 crossbows with Giant's Blood? And be like a merc that goes twang, twang, twang. Oh, goodness. I tried to summon an ice wall, but they were too fast. Good. We need to go up there and then right. That's the plan. Because usually if the teleporter is in the bottom left, Okay, if the teleporter is in the bottom left, guys, and facing to the right, then the lady is in the top right. That's at least what has crystallized out to me in this area. When I'm searching. So someone told me that, like, let's kill everything quickly. Someone said, like, my level is 13. Okay, so if I take level 2 cold skills, it's 14. Seems to work. Someone said it doesn't seem to work, but it seems to work. Goodness, there's so many dudes in this area. The biggest problem with Sorc is you kind of like feel absolutely unstoppable, right? Because you're freezing everything, you're doing tons of damage, and everything dies. And once you like overextend for a single millisecond, right? Once you put your finger a little bit too deep, you're dead. Like a very big disconnect between ultimate power and oops. I stepped forward. One step too much. That was a mistake. She could be up here. But I'm probably going to wander to the right. And might also be down there. Wait, they just set their maces on fire. That's the first time I see that. That's so cool. Okay, that's a dead end. Then I'm gonna go down, like, It's either here in this area, or it could be here in this area now. Like, one of the two. I didn't know they would do this. Like, actually set their things on fire. It's kind of cool. Boop. There it is! Ha! Ladies and gentlemen, see? I'm only 50% stupid. Stop! Right there, ma'am! Stop right there! She's so weak to frost, guys. Look how much damage she takes. She really doesn't like the ice bombs. They do so much damage to her. It's crazy. Just freeze her, put an ice bomb below her booty, and that's usually it. It's Joe ever for her. So, oh, you could stand behind her on the lethal attack. Well, that's how you survive. How are you surviving it otherwise? Are you just running away all the time? That's like the whole, this is how you survive her trick. By standing behind her. And be like, what's up? Saw, dude. What's poppin'? It's the whole plan. I'm sorry. Almost died.
It was my honor to assist you.
Oh, look, chat. I got a cool bombardment crossbow that I don't need on this character. What is this? Increased armor, maximum life, increased area of effect, unwavering stance. Your stun threshold is doubled. Cannot dodge roll. That seems so useless, but it's probably actually good. Probably actually good. But it just seems so useless. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally gotten to the point where I can use cast on freeze. That's what I wanted to do the whole time. Okay, so we got... Where is my jewels? Gems. 13. Cast on freeze. I wanted to use that for a while now. Then we put a comet in there. We put that cannibalism out. We activate this. Keep the clarity. Then we need to put on a impetus. And do we want to use inspiration on that one or not? Usually to save yourself some casting cost. Correct?
Some odds my tribe could use. Don't drink the water.
I just got a regal. Let me just regal that one up. Just for the sake of regaling it up. Not because I actually need it very much. +2 to fire spells, fire damage. Oh wow, that's fire damage increased cast speed, but I kind of have cold damage. And cold damage is the more damage right now. You made a patch overview already? Yes. There is quite some intriguing things in there that you might have missed. Okay, let's see how the cast on comet works now. Standing behind bosses is most of the strat. Yeah, that's like 99% of the strats is stand behind enemy. Done.
Toxins.
Okay, so that is... How much energy are you gaining? That's 50% energy so quick already. Huh. I'm surprised. There's a comet! Did you see, chat? Mom! Did you see? Comet! Kermit! I mean, it's not like that we needed the Kermit there, but we still got it. You probably want to have what? Like repeat casting thingy, Neil? Or what was it called again? The inspiration is inefficient. I don't want the inspiration. I want a different one. The spell echo? Spell echo? No, not spell echo. I mean, they're coming a lot though. Like I like this. The comments are quite commenting. Yeah, it's probably echo or... I mean, it's happening surprisingly often, so I like this. Oh, I'm so stuck, like, at this wall. That was such a weird experience. Well, Cascade... Well, Cascade isn't an option because Cascade is on our... ice wall. And we need the ice wall. Warrior wall next. After the Chronomancer... I don't know what the plan was yet. I hadn't had anything on the list right now of things. What level is Frostwall? Tier 9. So level 32. Another Exalted Orb. I'm getting a lot of those. No complaints, though. Let me quickly go back. So what else could we... Like, we got Impetus for the energy game. We need this. We have the Comet, but the Inspiration we don't need, I think. The problem is the Frostbomb currently has our Spell Echo, and I feel like it should keep the Spell Echo. Also, if I put the less cast speed on the Comet, then it's gonna take more energy to cast, right? But that singular Comet on Inspiration feels bad, so I guess we want to get rid of the Inspiration. Can you do a Gemling Monk, please? No, because Gemling Monk is only good with the Hands of Wisdom and Faced, otherwise it's not good. And therefore, I'm not interested in doing that. What could we do for the Comet? That we don't have already, but because that's like the problem. We have already all the things. Impetus, yeah, we have Impetus already on it. That's for sure. But I kind of feel like I want something else that's not Inspiration. I kind of want the Spell Echo on it. We don't want the Cascade, because the Cascade is already taken by the Frost. It's strong before Hova, yeah, but the only reason you're playing Gemling Monk is for the Hova. Like it's not. So there's no secret, there's no trick, there's no anything to it. That's like literally the reason to do it. You know, only because it works without. Like you could still cell phone play it and change that. And you still have like one single-minded approach, kind of. Okay, that's the thingy jiggy. What about Frostball? What about Frostball? What about Frostbolt? Where's my friend, the Chimera? I don't think it's up. We probably have to go down. Not really interested in Gemling as a build. It's not terrible, but Gemling is probably the least that has me intrigued. And I wanted to maybe do a Gemling for grenades because I could use the double explosion skill for grenades multiple times, which is kind of fun. So that's the only intrigue I pretty much have. As using that multiple times is kind of cool. Okay, can I have a good staff, please? Like a really good staff? Gain extra damage as lightning damage and extra damage as cold damage. Great. Let's be the tri-element fun. You're going to put up a build for the Sorc leveling. We already have a build up for Sorc leveling, but that would be full Lightning Sorc. And this one is the... Like, this one is way more fun than the full Lightning Sorc, I'll say. But we haven't decided yet where to go with this in the end game. Yeah. It's PoE better than D2 at D4. Depends on what you're looking for. If you look at my YouTube comments, you see that a lot of people are actually excited for Diablo 4 again, as they're looking for a bit more simple-minded fun. And that's definitely what Diablo has ahead of Path of Exile, because Path of Exile is a great game, but it's also like a different commitment you gotta make in terms of time and approach, kinda. To see. So both games have their own thing to offer. Right, but both games are distinctively different in what they have to offer the gamer. Oh, he's gonna be here now. Oh, thought I could spam him with a frost wall without having him like to get out of there. So as always, it depends on what you're looking for, is the answer to that. That's the best way how to say it. Okay, about deep character building and quality of life, both have that in different ways. Diablo has a different style of depth in the way how you equip your characters than PoE does. I mean, PoE might have a ginormous skill tree that allows for a lot of variety, but end of the day, it ain't that deep, bro. I mean, you're just gonna enter what you need. Like, you're literally just going to enter what you need, and then you're gonna run it down. Right? That's how the whole thing works. You're like, I want energy shield. And that's about it. And then on the way to energy shield, you're gonna pick up the damage that you're looking for. Pretty much. Whee! To simplify the whole thing. If D4 ever brings out a Paladin or a Crusader, that ain't coming anytime soon. As it seems. Are we getting a Paladin Crusader class with the other 6 classes? I don't actually know what all the other 6 classes are. I know there's some kind of Marauder. There is a Shadow coming, so a rogue character. There's a Druid coming. There is a... Yeah, that's already what I know. See, like, I don't even know what all the 12 classes are supposed to be. I'm sorry, chat. Don't burn me on the cross. Or do burn me on the cross. I don't actually know.
I feel a murmur of power within them. Now this is a
So I don't actually know of all the cool classes that we're gonna get. I'm looking for the soul core that I had, and then I died, and then it was gone. Their assassin, the Shadow, is supposed to be the rogue assassin class. As he's going to get... Well, I mean, I don't know if he gets assassin skills, but he's definitely the dagger class. Right? The daggerish-ish class. It's, I guess, supposed to be assassinating. I mean, then we get the Druid. Spear and shield would be cool. Yeah, I wouldn't complain. Let me just... This is Sparta everything. Bard like an EverQuest. Sure, why not? I can't wait for Merc for new weapons and the swap build. I mean, generally speaking, like, the whole weapon swap feature is so intriguing to a degree. And we're stuck with so few weapons, right? It's like, so here's this amazing weapon swap feature. Yeah, by the way, so half of the weapons that are meant to be in the game, they're not in the game. Get fucked. Like, but I wanted to. No, you shut your stupid face. Listen, no weapons for you. What if I want to play a warrior with a sword or an axe? Nah. You shut your stupid face. That's only maces for you right now. You accept that. That's probably the only like real big disappointment of the early access, that they choose to make this good thing and then they're like, nah. They decided to make the bosses have a reduced chance to drop waystones. There's a reason for that though, which is a stupid reason. I'm sorry, I don't like it too. So the reason why bosses are now dropping less waystones is because you're having more bosses. Before, you were supposed to have 1 in 4 maps a boss, and it was more like 1 in 8 maps being a boss. And now that if you really have 1 in 4 maps a boss, that you would be able to have, that you wouldn't need to get all the waystone drops that we're getting right now because you have more bosses. But I disagree with that, and I just want more waystone drops. Thank you very much. Now I know, now is the crowd like, I don't have waystone problems. That's good for you, sir. How about it's not all about you? It's like one thing that gamers keep forgetting. Like if you don't have a problem, why are you even part of the problem talk? If you don't have the problem, that's good. Now move on. You're not helping. You're stuck at the Trials of Chaos with my Deadeye. Which Trial of Chaos? The first one? You should be able to get it done. Which build are you going for? I found the Trials of Chaos surprisingly simple with my latest Deadeye. Because you just bullied them all. Yeah, so Dr. Satan, the solution is being good at the game. But that's not an option for everyone. So being good at the game solves a lot of problems because like by being good at the game, these problems often don't appear. But like, you know, being good at a game is not a solution that everyone has the luxury of going for, because people tend to be, let me check my notes, not be good at games. Like, I mean, I've literally made the biggest no-brainer builds in existence, okay? That like a monkey could pilot. Okay, so, and this is not meant offensive, sorry. And some people are like, I am really struggling hard with this build. I'm like, how? How are you struggling really hard with this build, sir? Like my 5-year-old could pilot this. And it's okay, because again, everyone has their different kind of skill sets, right? And some people do not have the option to be good at games. Because they're just not, and that's fine. There's like no hurt feelings. You might just suck, right? Is there any link to this build? Not yet. It's the same when a programmer creates an application that works on your computer. You like example for games, right? I don't have FPS issues. I don't have stutter issues. Well, congratulations, sir. Can you give me your PC? You know, that doesn't make the performance issues go away only because you don't have them. It still means that tons of people are having performance issues. Thank you very much for sharing your story. You're not helping. Can you show your passive tree and skill gems? Yes, we can share that. Let me finish this zone and then we can talk about it. My issue is with the people that always say, I don't have this and that you're standing in the way of a solution, you know? It's like, it's good that you're trying to participate in the talks, but you're like what you're saying is kind of trying to invalidate the problem. If that makes sense. It's like by saying you don't have this issue, like you're invalidating the issue, or at least you're seemingly. We create a lacerate warrior. I don't understand bleed completely, and there are bleed skills missing. Does that make sense? So step 1, bleed skills are missing due to only 6 of the 12 possible weapons and only 6 of the 12 possible classes. And we don't really have a bleed ascendancy. And I don't understand bleed 100%. So that's... Oh, sorry. That's a little bit of my problem. Okay, passives, yes. So right now, what we're doing is we're using a combination of Temporal Rift together with Second Wind to have 2. We have a Frost Bomb that has concentrated effect, strip away, and spell echo. That is because this is applying exposure, and we want the exposure to be applied to be harder, and we want to have more damage with the Frost Bomb because it's a lot of damage. You get the Hypothermia with Persistent and Heightened Curse for the super cold resistance. Then you have Fireball with Scatter Shot, Unlash, and Fork. Fork is important that it hits the Frost Wall to then go... you get the Frost Wall together with Spell Cascade. Consider casting an Icicle. Less HP on the wall together with more damage though. It really works super well. Grim Feast together with the Clarity into the cast on Freeze with Comet, Impetus, and Inspiration on the Temporal Chains because I just have the Temporal Chains at this point. Not that I actually use them, I just have them, okay? Temporal Chains. Whoop whoop. Fucking go. So yeah, that's pretty much it in a nutshell right now. On the passive tree, we went for our bonus energy shield with energy shield intelligence, bonus energy shield, energy shield. Then we get fire and cold damage with ignite and burn with more intelligence and mana regeneration rate on more damage if I ignite and more damage if I freeze. To the mana into spell damage, and we have almost 1,000, so that's going to be a good bonus damage with more mana regeneration and more energy shield into intelligence, into double curse for the temporal chains if we want to, with the penetrate exposure increase and the more cold skills into more energy shield again. But these points for the energy shield, I think I should put them over here because we want the more mana. Then we get also the magnitude of ailments is increased, but we don't actually need the magnitude of ailments increased apart from... I mean, this is like, this just makes our chill more, our freeze more. And that is more elemental damage. We could probably take these 2 points out, but it also doesn't really hurt to have them. Oh yeah, and we have this one here for general more damage to enemies affected by freeze or ignite. That's kind of like what we're doing. The plan would be in the long run to actually also go for Mind Over Matter, because Mind Over Matter might reduce your mana recovery rate, but currently we're sitting at 100 mana recovery, so we can't really outcast our mana. It's not really working, which is good. And Mind Over Matter might keep us just bonus alive. Wolfbane, thank you for the 12 months of support. Appreciate it. Wolfbane, welcome back, brother. So yeah, Titan is the best for bleed. I would assume so, as the Titan just has all the tools to make bleed truly be monstrous. Not more energy shield, but more maximum life. So we're going to take this, especially with a huge chunk of resistance. We put on, for some reason, an amulet that gave us 20% rarity of items found. It doesn't do anything for us.
It's a deer. Be wary.
So that's a little bit of the build in a nutshell. It's nothing too complicated. It's no rocket science, right? You put up ice walls and you just destroy things. And we're also using, so important is we have a staff always with us with Sigil of Power. Because the Sigil of Power is just simple to put down as you're spamming your mana empty. And since we're using up a lot of mana with one skill cast, it's relatively easy to spam our mana empty. That's +2 to all fire spell skills. But in order to be better than what we have right now, this would have to turn out truly monstrous. Because this stupid, like, tiny wand is just better.
Need the most of that.
150 maximum mana is actually good. See, that's not even better. I mean, sure, it would be better for the fireball, I guess. Let's just check. See, it wouldn't even be better. It was just straight up be worse. How do I suck at getting like a better version? Like this wand is a level 20 wand.
Take care.
That's in.
I should call
So wait a second. The notes on the right, the element ones, only last 4 seconds. You deal an ailment and then fall off. Yeah, but you always deal an ailment. You always constantly reapply ailments. You always chill, freeze, ignite. So you pretty much have them going more or less always. The thing is, there's not many other nodes to go for. At least feelingly. I just like them. They're good damage boosters that seem to work. Are uniques costly? I mean, there are some uniques that will net you hundreds of divines. Like if you're like there are certain meta uniques, certain belts, certain rings, certain amulets that some of the best builds need. And when I say need, it's literally not like want, it's like need. Some uniques are needed to make builds function. So they're not like just to make builds better. They're requisites to make certain builds function. I mean, some would argue that if you, for example, want to play a concoction build, a pathfinder build, that you need a widow hail that is a certain bow. I made the build work without a unique bow. But I have the unique bow and my build instantly... So my build was sitting at 42,000 DPS, okay? Sounds great. With a Widow Hail, and no things changed. Not even putting something in the Widow Hail, and it's actually a bad Widow Hail, so it's a bad roll of the unique. I would go from 42,000 DPS to 50,000 DPS. That was without corrupting it, that was without having good rolls, and that was without putting, what was it called again? My Soul Course in it. If I now put the Soul Course in, like the Widow Hail would give me another like 12 to 15,000 DPS. Just like that. If it was a good Widow Hail, it would probably have doubled my DPS. So from 42,000, I would probably gone up to 80,000. So do I need it to make the build work? No. Would it escalate everything to like... Yeah. Certainly would. Huh, that comet just hit them hard. I mean, you really don't need the comet, but it's kind of nice to have it. It doesn't come too often, but when it comes, it just smashes things. It makes it fun. Mr. Loomis, thank you very much for the brand new Prime Gaming Subber Dubber. That's very kind of you, sir. How you get a unique? Can you tell me what it's worth? Oh, you can find that out yourself. You just go on the trade website, and on the trade website, you just enter the name of your unique, and then you'll see how much it's worth. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like that I'm your private price checker, but I'm also not your private price checker. Not when it's so easy to check yourself. So now that we have taken all the nodes, I mean, technically we could go for this damage node. So instead of like, by the way, instead of taking these damage nodes, you could go up here and take these damage nodes, because this would increase your cold exposure, which is great. We do cold exposure, but it will also increase your damage for all elemental ailments. So generally speaking, if you're planning to go for the same area we were going there, yeah, there are also third-party overlays to check prices. So instead of going for these here on the side, which I like though, you could also go through the middle straight up and get some points. So you could also go through the... either through the middle or over this gem, if you then so feel like it. Also go over this. And refund all these on the side. You then want to pretty much move yourself into here. For this kind of damage, for example, which is also good damage because of the elemental ailment and everything. But I just always feel bad about leaving these nodes out as they're just nice to go for. Also, I wouldn't really know where to put the other points. I mean, usually I would go for, as I said, for this area. Because that area, oh shit, I need to actually refund them to get my upper area again. Thank you very much for reminding me, chat, that I'm an idiot. We meant to take these two. Thank you very much. So you could do it that way if you wanted to. I mean, you can also do like here, since we're playing cold and fire, you could probably... you could probably boost your cold and fire damage if you so wish to. Just for the YOLOs. Can get another gem. Yeah. If you then want to. I mean, there's another gem up here. We can boost the focus too. What was the boost of the focus? Wasn't there a boost of energy shield on the focus? Where was it? I know there's an energy shield focus boost thingy. Oh no, it was on the other side. Wasn't it on the other side? Here's something like that. Perfect. Okay, where were we stuck? We did that. Wow, that's a good helmet. It's better than what I have. Right now. Straight up better. Yikes. And technically, you could also now think about going for Archmage to boost your damage in accordance to your mana. But I'm actually not sure if we even want that at the given point. Wait, where's my... Oh, I don't have enough dexterity to use this right now. That's a bit of a bummer. Yeah, I completely forgot that we don't have enough dexterity.
I'll need a larger soul core for this.
Give me a moment, chat. Guess we need to return home. Would be nice if there was a system where you put an item up to sale. Well, I would like to see if I could just browse random people's boxes of riches. But I guess that would waste an equivalent amount of time. I was just stuck wasting boxes. My mana's only 306 and I'm level 56 at 42. Is that low? I mean, it depends if you invested in mana or not. Like, the more intelligence you have, the more mana you have. So, what are you playing? Do you need more mana? Do you feel like you need more mana? Like it's always harsh to say if, like, what are you using your mana for? I mean, for example, I am using my mana for this node. Increase spell damage per maximum mana. So I have 900 maximum mana. That is 9 times the 3% increase. So that's good. That's giving me more damage. And the more mana I get, the more damage I get. And since my mana is, since I want to go for mind over matter in the long run, because I tend to always go for mind over matter, which would have me take damage from my mana, then I just want to increase my mana anyways. I mean, right now I have so much mana regeneration that pretty much everything I use of my mana is instantly being recharged, right? And if you then have mind over matter, you're pretty much recharging everything you're going for. Yeah. Also, more mana is more mana regen, exactly, because the mana regen is a percentual value of your mana. I honestly, there's something I never understood about mana regen and life regen. I mean, life regen often says it's directly bound to your max mana, max life. I just assume mana regen is the same too. Okay, have I not found like a single soul core yet? I haven't. I hate this area with a passion, burning passion, chat. I will never not call GGG out for this area. You suck, GGG. I'm sorry for this area. So yeah, more mana is good. More mana is more mana. It's helpful. There's a lot you can do with more mana. Oh, there it is, the first one. You hear a distinctive dropping sound. It's sadly not very close. Very far. You have to be really close to hear that sound. Every time I tune in, you're looking for soul cores. I am sorry. You don't have to call me out like that, bro. Like, only because I can't find the soul core doesn't mean I don't know how to use it, okay? I know exactly where the soul core has to go. But sometimes it's pretty hard to find, okay? God, stop stunning me, everyone. Haha, you all died to my comment. I'm so much better than you. Like, I'm just stuck forever in this area searching for soul cores. I mean, technically, if you would keep dying and the soul core would keep being ping-ponged throughout the area, then you could technically be forever stuck in this area searching for soul cores. Right? Because whenever you die, the location of the soul core gets reset. And you have to re-find it. Obviously, if you have the whole area revealed, that's fine. But you still have to walk there. So if you keep sucking and dying to minions, then they keep getting reset. Until you have killed every single thing on the map and you can't die anymore. So there's a technical, very long time you could have spent here. Yeah, I don't seem to be able to find that second soul core right now. It's not about the size of the soul core, it's how you use it. That's actually wrong. It's all about the size of the soul core. I mean, you either have a medium soul core or you're not welcome at this point. Like, if you come here with a small soul core, chat, it's over. Like, you might be an expert of small soul coring, right? But no one is going to be happy seeing your small soul core. You're going to be like, wow, that's a nice small soul core you have there, but I was looking for a medium one. We're not here like one size fits all party. It's like medium soul core, get the fuck off. Just saying, okay? Your soul core is girthy. Well, that might be as it is, but if it ain't medium, you can waltz right out of here. Funny to get back in the middle of a soul core discussion. It's all about the soul cores in here. What's a soul core? Well, if you're too young to know what a soul core is, sir, then I don't think you're allowed to watch this stream. Just saying. Did your parents never have the soul core and the socket talk with you? Disgrace, honestly. Parenting minus points. So do I understand, like, temporal chains correctly? If I put temporal chains on my enemy, right? then he's like frozen longer? He's slower, but it's like, I know he's slower, but is he also, other effects on cursed enemies expire slower, right? So they're frozen longer, or they're frozen slower. Sorry. I have a different soul core problem. Okay, well, chat, someone is about to open up here, so listen closely. Today I tried to farm Trials of Chaos and died 5 out of 7 times, all to the Burtnado boss. Yeah, I feel like your soul core problems are valid, sir, and I understand them. I feel your pain. The Burtnado boss just sucks, butt cheeks. Seriously, no one likes him. The only way I found killing the Burtnado boss was with my Totem Warrior had a good time. And also my Concoction Pathfinder had a good time because it was literally like, Frost, Frost, Frost. Are you gonna do your Burtnado shit? Frost, Frost. Oh, more Burtnado shit? Frost. Fuck you. That was pretty much how the Burtnado boss fight actually went. I mean, we all know he's overtuned. Like if you just put the Burtnado boss and obviously the not Burtnado boss right next to each other, you just like in the matter of 5 seconds know that the Burtnado's overpowered. Like I showed my daughter the Burtnado boss and she was like, wow, that's pretty OP. So like, and she's like 5 years old and she doesn't even know what a Burtnado is.
So, these are the Azak that Servi despises. I can understand why.
Neil, don't pretend he's not overtuned. It's just a comparison overtune. I mean, either the Burtnado's overtuned or the Chimera just sucks butt cheeks. Let's be fair. We can probably like you can either say Burtnado is too strong or Chimera is too weak. I might like buff Chimera, I guess. Chimera lives matter. We need the Chimera to do more damage. Like at this point, I just wish they would make the Chimera 400% stronger. Just saying. Oops. Sorry. I just stood there and was trying to cast my thingy, but it wasn't casting my thingy.
Power in this object. I can feel it.
Oh, I think the bird is actually getting nerfed with the patch now. So they're nerfing the tornado. I think the problem was not the tornado itself. I like the damage of the tornado. So you know what the problem with the tornado was? The zero wind up, zero telegraph just happening. So you could, everything is fine, right? You're nuking the boss. It's like going good. Like you're feeling like a god. You're absolutely gaming, right? 10 out of 10 super gaming experience. You're like professional Elden Ring, like first try Elden Beast, everything. And then you're standing like next to the dude, and suddenly he's just like, you're dead. Oh, you stood like two clicks too close? Yeah, instant tornado activation. You're dead. Like zero telegraphs, you're dead. Boo-hoo. Get good. Am I just walking the wrong way? I'm probably walking the wrong way. I'm fixing exactly that. Exactly. So I don't mind the damage it does, right? So I like all one hits are valid, and it's fine that one hit exists. I I'm not against one hits per se because, well, they're like a skill check to a degree, right? Like if you're too bad to roll out of an easily telegraphed one hit, you suck. But that's again the point, right? If the one hit is then not telegraphed, then what am I supposed to roll out of? One hits are all good and dandy, but you gotta also understand that it's about to happen, right? So like, oh, so there's this one hit, but listen, we are actually not going to tell you when it happens. It's gonna be a surprise. Ta-da! Ta-da! You're dead. Smile. It's fun. The guillotine of the executioner. Yeah, so the guillotine of the executioner is amazing. I love that skill just from a graphical standpoint, generally, right? He summons the anchor, you see the anchor area, the anchor smashes down. It is like technically one of the easiest telegraphs ever, and I guess like, okay, raise your arm, Chad, if the executioner has smashed you with the anchor, despite it being a very telegraphed attack. Because I certainly know that despite having killed him like now 9 times, actually 18 times already, because I've played this game, like, you know, I've played 9 characters, so I've killed him 18 times. And despite having killed him 18 times already, I certainly have gotten smashed more often by this hammer than I'm comfortable with admitting. Right? Despite it being the easiest telegraphed in the world. But if it's already so simple to die against easy telegraphed one-hits, then like dying against non-telegraphed one-hits is the more frustrating. It also has an audio cue, which makes it even better. I love game designs that include visual and audio cues. That's why my favorite boss in the game will always stay Lachlan. The dude in the graveyard who's like, oh, my family is dead. I'm so mad. Oh, my rage burns. But the dude is like, he's just talking the whole fight, right? It's like, my rage burns. My mom suffers. Like, this is not cool. Kamehameha. And he does all these abilities, but each ability is bound to an audible and a visual cue. And like, you just know when he says something that he's going to do something. And you're still able to die to that thing because, well, despite him telegraphing things, like the windup is not long, so you might just get out telegraphed. Yeah, and then the slam goes through the statue and you're like, okay. It's the backswing. Yeah, I mean, he's like, my rage burns. And you're like, I need to roll to the side. Oh no, I rolled behind him. I'm dead. As a former game dev, always had a rule 2 of bare minimum for accessibility, visual and audio, color and shape, because my studio used to make games for more elderly audience. Oh, see? Okay, wait a second. My Discord just anyone else just had their Discord disconnect, chat, or am I being hacked? Or both? Mine works. Oh my god, no, chat. It's Joe Ever. They're in my account now. There's like, if you get a lewd picture from Ponyhoff, it's definitely me. Send me your PayPal and like subscribe to Ponyhoff, okay? Just saying. It's 100% me. If I'm asking you for your bank account, it's definitely me. Yeah, Elon is hacking me because I meme talked him, dude. Elon, like, can Elon buy just like, Elon, can you buy like my Twitch and my YouTube channel because I was mean to you? Like, just like you did with Twitter? Can we just end my streaming career like this? Just buy it, Elon. I'm fine. It's okay. Like, can you buy my account and turn me like into a supporter? I'm fine with that, chat. I can be an Elon chill. Just give me the money, Elon. I'm like, I have a price. I'm honest. I have a price, chat. Why me? I'm not cheap, but, you know, it's fine. Like, these looks don't last forever, chat. At some point, I'm going to be old and ugly. Uglier, sorry. Gotta have that exit strategy. Shit talk Elon Musk. Have him buy your account. It's the exit strategy at this point. Grow a large YouTube channel. Step 1. Shit talk Elon Musk. Have him buy your channel because he doesn't like you shit talking him. I'm probably gonna just open up a second YouTube channel for that purpose. Didn't he try to buy out the guy who was like wasn't there this guy that with the flight radar thingy who was like just charting out people's routes and, you know, isn't that the plan at this point? Yes, step 1, shit talk Elon. Step 2, profit. Hey, I mean, have you seen how many views the Elon Musk videos have gotten, Chad? Like, all the creators who have done, like, Elon Musk reaction videos. I think Crip is sitting at 1 million views plus or so. He's done, like, 2 reaction videos, right? I think Crip is sitting at 1 million. I don't know what Quinn is sitting at this point. I mean, Asmongold anyways. So just like, shit talk Elon. Profit. Money. You don't even have to make things up. You just have to watch the video and just point out the obvious things like a toddler. So it's like free money at this point. And then cut it up. So like first make a 20-minute YouTube video where you point out everything. Number 2, cut that 20-minute YouTube video into 20 YouTube shorts where each mistake is being analyzed single-handedly. Then take these YouTube shorts and cut them together in 3-minute long YouTube shorts. And then out of one piece of content, you're creating like 80 pieces of content. And then just waltz the whole thing out until no one really wants to hear it anymore. That's the easy money strategy, guys. And then react to every single person who made the same content. Basically printing Elon bucks, exactly. I can't wait for the moment when the dollar has Elon Musk's face on it, Chad. 2025 is going to be a wild year, Chad. Wait, that's a very interesting question. Like, I never, like, how do you get your face on the dollar? Can Trump get it done? Or do you have to be dead for that? I don't know, honestly. Like, how do you get your face on the dollar? Do can you do it while you're alive? I'm pretty sure he tried. It's the founding fathers shit. Well, I mean, you just gotta found a new America then. Like, just make a new, like, constitution thingy blah. I mean, it should be easy. You probably can get it done. Shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, that's why he wants to buy Greenland. Exactly. Just found a country. Just America 2.0. It's 2025. Come on, chat. I need a bit creativity from your side here. Just like annex Canada, get Greenland in, and call it USA 2.0. Boom. And then put your face on the dollar bill. Strategy sounds solid. 10 years ago, you would have said that's madness. In 2012, you're saying, well, I mean, maybe. Like, doesn't sound like too far off. At this point. All this Elon and Trump worship, do you think that was worship? more sarcastic panic, sir. About the realities of the world. There's a non-living people rule. See, I knew, Crazy Aught, there should be something. What about asking Greenland if they want to be part of the US? No, don't ask. Don't ask, sir. Like, you don't ask when you're trying to take another country. I mean, ask Putin. Like, he didn't ask as well. He just went and lost. I mean, like, he's losing. It's kind of not going his way, pretty much. I mean, look at Germany. We didn't ask Poland as well. We just went... Pfft. Didn't work out, too. Kind of was a shit idea at the end of the day. By the way, if you're confused, chat, it's a universal thing in Germany. You gotta have a good World War II history humor going on. It's part of our thing going there. The new Elon Tua coin. I mean, I'm genuinely confused why Elon doesn't actually have his own coin at this point. That's a good question. I mean, I know the man is just pump and dumping like coins like left, right, and center. But I would have guessed at this point that the man actually has his own cryptocurrency too.
That should do it.
You from Germany? Yes. Germans get weird if it's about the Hindu symbol. I mean, we have our history with Nazism, sir, and we still have a cool Nazi party in our government again. Again. You know, the world is a funny place.
I like it.
So yeah, we do know our history, and we tend to condemn it, as we should. Is that one better? I mean, that one has cold damage, fire damage. Yeah, that one doesn't have the mana, but it has the resistance, so I think it should work right now. Yeah, history repeats pretty much. But let that be about politics today. Because politics do only one thing. They make you sad. Seriously. Love strudels, me too, sir. My wife has been ill, and guess what the only thing is she has eaten? Like, I don't know how that woman has survived, I'm gonna be honest with you. She's been so violently ill, and the only thing she's eaten in like a whole week is an apple strudel. And it stayed down. I don't know, I guess we're German. We're deep down, we're very German. But I am not sure how that woman has survived at this point. Like, on one strudel in that time because of illness.
Pretty things, yeah?
So nothing else would stay inside the body, but she did. Like, it's a magical mystery at this point.
Be wary.
Do you think Doriani's gonna come with us to the present in Act 4, or are we stuck in the past? He's definitely coming to the present. I mean, so like, the whole thing where you're going up and then Uzel throws this meteor to destroy things. I'm not sure if that's actually part of the story, right? Or if that was just added to get you into the end game. Does that make sense? So I'm like not sure where we're at there right now. Did we now get hit with the comet just to have this arc of going into the end game? Or was the comet like just added, or is it actually part, right? Yeah, it's added that the story doesn't end in Act 3, but like, I mean, I would have assumed that he comes with us, or we're gonna keep like being in the past and then fight through. But technically, we gotta get back to the present because we gotta fight the beast. I mean, I want to see what the beast develops into, right? When you see Act 1, 2, 3, the beast keeps getting bigger, and the beast goes like, you know, goes from like being that tiny thing in the cage to that being that giant thing and always getting a bigger cage. So I want to see. I mean, that's my biggest fun in the campaign, just seeing how the beast develops. We see him growing up, man. He starts like as a tiny slime, and now he's like giant tentacle monster with face and wings and everything. Come on, man. Let's see what our tiny beast grows into. And then we want to murder it. Because Jesus Christ. Our boy grow up? Yeah, so fast. Is the beast the same thing from PoE 1? I don't know. I just remember from PoE 1 that you're fighting Maliagro in the belly of the beast. I think the dude was called Maliagro. I'm not entirely sure. And Durdry and all that kind of stuff. So you're kind of fighting that in the belly of the beast, and you're walking through these doorways that look like buttholes. But I don't think we have ever seen the beast in PoE 1, right? Malachi, I think, yeah. So I'm out of story. You know, I've never paid too much attention to the story, if I'm honest with you. I know a story exists in the game, and that's it. I mean, I recently just rewatched the pre-story to Path of Exile 1, actually, of how the Hooded One even got nailed to the tree. That there was like Count Geonor, and the Count Geonor was actually a cool guy, and everyone loved him. But then at some point, like the lady came around, and she was like, "Hey, bruv, listen, there's more power." And he was like, "What? More power, you say?" And then he started like excavating things and got like power hungry, and it started changing his personality, and then he tend to go crazy. And then like he sent out like this scouting party because there was this dude, the Hooded One, and he was like talking hot shit, and then he nailed him to a tree with his ancestral sword thingy, and then they put like these special nails into him so he keeps hanging there, and then everything descended into madness. The Hooded One is from PoE 1. Yes, the Hooded One is Sin, the god. But it was really cool. I mean, if you haven't, like, after now playing PoE 2, I highly recommend to watch the... Like, let me see, what video did I watch there? Like, I went to the Path of Exile Discord at YouTube. YouTube.com/Path of Exile, right? And you... Oh, shit, what's the Path of Exile... What's the Path of Exile, like actual channel called? It's Path of Exile, yeah, but with space bars. So I went to the channel, and I watched... Hi, Jonathan. I went all the way... So I went all the way back to, like, the very beginning, where you had, like, the... first story teasers, opening cinematic. Yeah, I watched the opening cinematic here. This one. Was it the opening cinematic? I think not even the early access gameplay trailer, because there was so much interesting story that I hear that explained everything about Count Geonor, right? And how everything like kind of came together, like how they went out and they like found the Hooded One and that kind of stuff, and they did some. See, that's like the Hooded One, right? Like it's nailed to the tree, and that's Count Geonor, as you can see with the wolf and everything. And it kind of like it's so interesting now that you have played the story to watch like back and see there's the beast too. So you understand a bit more then. But yeah, I'm trying to at least roughly understand the story. I'm okay with like not understanding everything, but I at least want to know what's going on. And then probably somewhere when the full game is released and everything is done, Like in 2026, I'm gonna watch a video that wraps up the whole story, and then I'm gonna forget about it like probably a month later and watch the same video again. As always, right? You kind of watch these story wrap-ups, and then you completely forget what you actually watched, and then you're gonna watch it again. whenever you kind of hit like a moment in the story where you're like, hold on a moment, I don't remember this. Let me watch that 20-minute video once again, and then again, and again. Ah, Stellar Amulet. Wait, you want Stellar Amulets, correct? Orb of Chance. What did Stellar Amulets turn in again, chat? Remind me. Get my brain up to speed. And the Astromantis. Yeah. I know Stellar Amulets in White are actually selling for some Exalteds too. Because people are looking for Stellar Amulet to make their own Astromantis. Also, if you get yourself that item, you can sell it too for good profit. No, what are you doing here, lady? Wait, she sells good belts. She does actually sell good belts sometimes, and wands and all that stuff. Okay, spell damage, mana, cast speed. Wait, is this finally better than mine? After all this time? No, it doesn't have skills into fire thingies, right? It's not better. I'm just gonna buy it regardless and just check. After all this time, have I finally found a better one? No, probably not. But that is cold damage and cold damage. I need this for my increased lightning damage. That's useless. I don't need this. Started so good and then it turned out sad. Yeah, she's one of the best vendors. I tend to ignore her because it's like just stupid to get to her. Because she's not needed to bypass for getting to the apex of filth. Whoever made this vendor is a pungent stench fan. I mean, like the vibes I'm getting from that vendor is Warhammer 40k. It's like the whole Apex of Filth just gives me Papa Nurgle vibes. In case you're a 40k enjoyer, ladies and gentlemen. The Grandfaser. Primordial god of decay and everything unholy. One of the 4 chaos gods. I do enjoy 40k Darktide, 40k whatever. Okay? Like anything 40k related. 40k is just great, full of lore, amazing. $40k fanboys unite straight away. I wonder, like, how have we not leveled up? And then I remember that I just don't kill anything. It's like I don't know if you have the same problem in Act 3, but you're like, hey, why am I not leveling up? And then you're just, okay, so at this point, you're pretty much just running through areas instead of actually fighting through areas, right? Can't be just me. Because you don't actually have to beat everything. Like, you usually have, like, a good amount of defense and you get a good amount of offense. So even if you get, like, in a pickle situation where you're surrounded by many monsters, you just usually nuke them. It's not like you actually have to fight things. You just scoop them and poop them through. You tend to clear the maps for more chance to get better drops. Yeah, but you could also get the drops in the end game. Why not? You're pretty much just trying to reach maps at this point, because if you reach the mapping stage, that's where the drops are. That's where the levels are. That's pretty much where everything is. Burp, sorry. Okay, let's identify things. Okay, that is lightning damage. We don't need this. That is fire damage and spell damage and cast speed and chance to ignite. Okay, so that one wand, finally. How's my other wand just so much better? How's this like level 18 wand just the solution to everything, Chad? Explain.
My tribe could use
How's everything just horrible in comparison? I don't like this. Ah, by the way, finally. So I have already turned 20 of these amulets and I've never gotten a result, so I'm very unlucky. Okay, perfect. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Still not better. Hi, Mom. Oh wow, the fire mushrooms killed me. Chan. The fire mushrooms killed me. Does my family disgust you? Oh, she actually says that. What does that item drop sound? Well, in my close vicinity, there seems to be a mushroom, and that mushroom is dropping over and over and over again right now. So what you're hearing there is just the mushroom just keeps dropping. Because why would there not be a mushroom that keeps dropping, Chan? I wonder if I should put the spell echo over on the comment. I'd be fine with that, probably. And we don't want to put the cascade over, but the echo maybe. But I don't want the less cast speed, because we all know that the energy from the cast on freeze would be going lower, right? Do it. Overflow, would you get for me? Okay, I'll be looking at it. Thank you. Today of 145 Stella Emmys and get Squat the Gamble another 50 mils in Emmys as well. Yeah, I mean, some people have been doing some very, very crazy gambling stuff with all the money they have acquired that I've not even remotely seen in existence. Wait, what did I want it to do? Oh yeah, we wanted to think about if I wanted to swap over the spell echo over here. Let's just see if that does do the trick for now. If I want to do this, we can do elemental focus. That's fine. Do more damage. And energy retention. Yeah, nope. I mean, I could do energy retention, but I want to do spell echo and see how it feels. Would the node killer instinct work for concoction? Which is killer instinct? But I can tell you what works for concoction. This works for concoction. The flurry. So concoction is an unarmed attack. Scrodge. Okay. So it's unarmed. But yes, you can press shift to check the damage. You're not stupid. You just forgot. No hurt feelings.
Let's get this over with.
It's okay to be forgetty spaghetti. Okay, chat, before we do this area right now, toilet break. If you haven't been on the toilet in the past 4 hours, like me, then is about damn time that you move your booty hole on the locust. I'll be quickly right back. Okay, I'm back. Did the camera pan to the liquids again, Chad? I didn't pay attention. This desk is definitely not presentable right now. I'm sorry. This room needs a big restructuring. Yeah, there was the spell echo, but the energy gain took like so long for the spell echo. Blackie, thank you for the tier 2 subscription with a 101 month, ladies and gentlemen. Mike, by the way, thank you for the brand new sub as well. Now we're getting more 100 month subber. Oh my goodness! I forgot my temporal rift again. How are you doing eating waffles? Waffles good, pony happy. Yeah, I feel like the energy gain with the spell echo on is too low. I got stuck. I had to unstuck myself. That's really just a very... It just seemed like that for me. Is the energy gain just so much slower? Getting 2 meteors is cool. Comets, sorry, no meteors. Would it be better to use the energy retention to just have like some of the energy be retained and then just get another meteor faster? What's the solution? Caddy, the problem with Warbringer is that armor is not working as good as it should, and therefore Warbringer is weak. Because the whole Warbringer ascendancy is about reducing armor values, and since armor values are not doing squat, they're doing squat, right? So, if you consider that the whole shtick of the Warbringer is I reduce the enemy's armor and then I do more damage, and then I reduce enemy's armor below 0 to do even more damage. But if armor is barely doing anything, then what is going to reduce the armor of an opponent below 0 gonna do? Nothing, because like in the first place it didn't do anything to mitigate much of your damage anyways. So congratulations, like you get something that does nothing. Where does all the energy shield come from? Passive. So you're 62 and you have only 1/3 of this. First and foremost, I thought you're 62 and you said like that you're 62 years old and you don't understand the game. But I understood that you're level 62 and you only have 1/3 of it. We can go over the passive notes in a second. So like I made sure to take a lot of passive notes. I mean, energy shield generally is very easy to stack up because it's like it only gets more. So it's not like energy shield doesn't have these diminishing returns like other things like armor. The more armor you get, the less armor you get, right? So, you get 28% plus, 15, 15, 18, 10, 10, 10, 15, 60% plus, and 15, then 15, 15, and 40. That's a lot of bonus energy shield. And I'm also going to get myself 15, 15, 10, 10, and 30. So there's just all the energy shield is just lying on the street. You just gotta pick it up. There's oh my lord. Haha! Look at me, Chad. I am the Chronomancer. I don't even use that ability often enough. Super Chronomancered out of this shit. Well, you have to put the points also in fire and ice damage and generally, but you need enough. Are you going to play Mom EBCL? I'm definitely going to play Mind Over Matter. The rest of the stuff, I'm not sure. If I want to go all the way with case inoculation and so on. Because usually you need certain uniques, right? To make it work like super efficient. And again, solo self-found might not just have the uniques that we're looking for to make all of it work properly. Okay, that spell echo double comet worked really nice. That did tons of damage to him.
Now you will see. Touch of cold pink. Touch of cold pink. Euphoria.
I can put so many ice bolts down, and you have to go through them. Are you using Impetus as a support gem? Yes, we got Comet, Impetus, and Spell Echo currently. And it does work good enough.
Ingenuity never ceases to amaze me.
Pretty much.
These runes.
Which chrono node is very critical for this build? We're playing the Temporal Rift to Temporal Rift back, and the second node that we're playing is on the right side for the cooldown. Why is the cooldown important? Because you're going to spam Ice Wall. And now the thing is that the Ice Wall has a cooldown of 2.83 seconds until you can do another Ice Wall. And I am going to pretty much with my not reducing cooldowns or not using cooldowns, I just have more.
The apex. It's opening. Goodness
Okay, let's see. Oh, we're soon in the end game, and then I gotta ask myself, where are we taking this build? Because that's been the question for a while now. Where are we even taking this in the long run? Let's finish the game. So this is my favorite part now of Act 3, because you can just go through. And yes, this Uzzle area, by the way, is being nerfed, chat. I know a lot of people are struggling with Uzzle. It's being nerfed. They're removing enemies from it because there's too many.
There they are.
But when is the patch? Tonight. They said Friday New Zealand times, and Friday New Zealand times means tonight European time. Warbringer armor break doesn't work. It does work, it just doesn't do anything or enough. There's whole calculations for it. So you would think like, wow, like Warbringer armor break, so cool, but it's actually, wow, Warbringer armor break, so sad. Level 60, woo 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 woo. So level 60 is pretty high for finishing the campaign, because we're not gonna get another level. So 60 is like pretty much. Oh my lord, no, mom! Teleport back in time! Yes, didn't really do much, to be honest. Gave me just back the life I had anyways. You know, teleporting back in time gave me, let me check my notes, the life I had anyways. Why are we killing everything? Because I can't run through this area, sadly. As a Sorc, it's a bit complicated to do that. I tried to, trust me, I tried to do it. Like with my warrior, I'm just like speeding through this, like with reckless abandon, right? Ow. But as the Sorc, as soon as we lose our energy shield, we just get beaten up. By the way, let me put this one on right now. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's go back in time. Actually, no, let's not go back in time. Let's just not, yeah, let's have, like, our things are refilled anyways. Okay, we get more energy shield. Pum, pum. You're gonna be in the end game within an hour? Not within an hour. It's from this point on, it's less than 30 minutes. Depending on how often you die on certain like steps of the map here. But this whole area is 1-1 through. Like you know where you start, you know where you end. It's super simple. So surprisingly super simple. So you just have to go right, down, right, and then you're already through pretty much. Ow. If you stop dying, right? So generally speaking, like the whole area here is just fast, because right down over the river. So you get over the river. And if I go over this river, then it's like you're already at the Viper. That's it. Now, obviously, I can't just walk through this unless I would probably put Blink on and then just blink through this. Hey, maybe I should do that in the future and just put Blink on so I can just get through this area without like having to bother with this. Just dislike the enemy types. That's why we don't really want to fight here. Okay, give me your heart. Give me your giant, malformed, bloated heart, you little shit. Right now. So I don't have to farm you later on. See, and right now, like if you look at my spam of the frost wall, you would assume that we're already out of frost walls because we're really just consistently using frost walls, right? But we're not, because we're a Chronomancer and we can efficiently not run out of frost walls. More or less, which is not completely true, because we can totally run out of frost walls at some point. Just unlikely that it happens. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, now let me get that heart. I am not going to die there right now. Give me that heart. Holy Christ. Thank you. That's amazing. That's going to help me. Let's just do sometime tomorrow. Well, they said Friday NZT time, which could mean NZT midnight, which means that it's technically today. Right. Friday NZT time is a pretty wide variety of times, so to say. Okay, sir, could you just stop like running around inside? Thank you, Comets. Thank you very much. I like you. The first Berserker Kazan, I have that on my list of games to be played. I mean, right now, if you're intrigued what games are coming on the channel, guys, we have obviously Path of Exile. We got Diablo Season 7. No question about that. We do maybe want to play Kingdom Come Deliverance, but I didn't play the first one, and I don't know what to expect from the second one. I mean, first Zerker Kazan is definitely something to not miss out on, but also not like high priority right now. I mean, Elden Ring Night Rain, 10 out of 10, must be played. Either it's going to be trash or not, we'll see. See, and then we're done. You're still playing Once Human? Once Human, new scenario, I'll probably play it, but nothing else is really worth it right now in Once Human.
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
Don't worry. I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
So in case you didn't know this, by the way, guys, these are character models are body doubles of me. Yeah. I didn't want to brag about it, but GGG took me and put me in the game, proved me different.
Treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her! Bring her to Doriani. As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
Enough talk.
She's stuck in that corner of the map. That's great. Please stay there, ma'am. I'm actually not sure if it's better if she's stuck in the corner or not. I mean, like, if she's stuck, she can't kill me, that's for sure. Actually pretty mean right now. I mean, she can't even get out to do her, like, we can bully her in the corner so she can't even do her thing. Well, this is pretty useful, not gonna lie. Those are pretty good. Those are pretty good bully. I like that. It's probably my favorite fight against her so far. Okay, let's bring her in the corner again. So sorry, ma'am, but you shall like stay in that corner there. I got all the eyes to just keep you inside, and I wish to you not leave that respective corner of the map. It'd be very nice if you just stay there. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. So this was like the Super Nanny chat. Super Nanny, Path of Exile version. Just go in the silent corner. Yep, in the silent corner. I said in the silent corner, okay? Stay there. It was probably one of my easier fights versus her. A real bully. Okay, let me just make my way through and not fight anyone. No, it's not gonna work. They're forcing me to fight them, chat. I don't want to fight you. Guys, listen. We can all be friends. I just murdered your Viper. Yeah, sure, but she started it. Okay, listen, boys. We're in this together now. I don't want to fight and you want to fight me. How do we solve this? I guess by killing every single one of you. It's always the easiest solution. Listen, I would leave all your NPCs alive if you just leave me alone. I was trying to run through this area to get to Doriani really quick. Okay, I gotta give energy retention a try as well, Chad. So now we have played Spell Echo, and Spell Echo obviously works because you just get like the two comets, and it's kind of nice because it's like bam bam back to back destruction. Right? I wonder if spell retention does do better. Oh, sir, you just stuck me. Okay, well, do we have a support gem? No, we don't. I mean, I kind of want to go back to try it out, but at the same time, I don't want to go back to try it out. Oh, there's actually a support gem. Thank you very much. So, because your second choice that we have for the cast on freeze is energy retention, right? Skills triggered by supported and meta skills have chance to refund half of their energy cost. So that means if I trigger a... If I would trigger it, then it could keep the energy cost and then do it again. So it's like a maybe spell echo. It's like a maybe spell echo. Honestly, you're all just so annoying. Why don't you all just die? And the advantage this way is that I get the best of both worlds because I get to play the... Because I get to play the Spell Echo on the Frost Bomb, and I get to restore the energy maybe for my comment. Oh, an uncut spirit gem. I'll take that. I really want to play Spell Cascade on the Comet as well. But I need that on the Fireball right now. You just get wrecked. You just step like forward one step and just get absolutely destroyed. I'm free! Listen, chat. Let's go. This looks so much more fun than the spark spamming build. It is, sir. So much more fun than the spark spamming build. It's working plenty damn well. Has GGG said something to take the skins and the stash tabs you bought to the full version of the game? Yes. Yes. I mean, like, sir, you're not, no, you're never going to lose your stash tabs. You got them. You can be 100% safe about that. I mean, they're not going to be like, oh, I mean, your skins? Nah, they're gone, so brother. Nah, your skins are staying with you, and your stash tabs. Like that would be the pinnacle of scumbaggery. No worries on that one. That's for certain staying. You can spend your money without having to. This is sir. This is not predatory gaming here. And if GGG has shown one thing, that they're definitely not predatory in their monetization, even though some people keep calling them out for it, for some weird reason, whatever, that making stash tabs for money is predatory. But I always feel like that the people that are saying this never really had any predatory monetization happening to them. Like, I'm going to be honest, anyone saying, like, you know, the stash tabs is predatory monetization, they really never played a game with predatory monetization, I guess. Because otherwise you would never say something like that. Oh, wow. I mean, that siphoning tiger that, like, kept following me, I had no way of killing him. That was a very bad experience. Hey, by the way, the axe throwing range of these guys, chat, got nerfed. Because GGG decided that the axe throwing is OP. And that's okay, because they partially have, like, the range of your whole goddamn screen to throw their axes. You're like, that's fine. Like, I really did not want to die on one side of the screen because someone just threw an axe at me. I'm gonna make a build video for this. That depends on how the end game is going, because right now I'm not sure where we're transitioning into. So this is obviously working right now, and it would also work in early mapping, but I already feel diminishing returns to a degree. Right, the fireball is fun, and like breaking the ice is also fun, but it's kind of like it's not enough, if that makes sense. It needs another level. I mean, I also do need better equipment. I'm efficiently running around with a level 18 wand right now. Right? Like, that's it. My wand is level 18. Because, let me check my notes. I just have not found a better wand yet. Which is kind of ridiculous. How have I not found, like, a better wand? And I've been looking. Right? It's not like we haven't been looking, chat. We have been looking. Okay, not cool, bros. Just running all up to me and trying to pummel me with your shit. You all dead? Cast on Kon Mana and ice wall. I mean, we could put the ice wall also on the cast on freeze. Yeah, I haven't completely decided where we're going right now with this, so we're gonna do some soul searching, some, you know, when we have the time to also look for some abilities. Because usually I like to stack spirit skills, but I don't do it during the campaign much because it's like annoying to replace your equipment when you try to stack spirit skills early on. It's like really tedious to do that. I need so many upgrade mats. The easiest way to get upgrade mats is finding a divine orb and then trading it for tons. I have 9 characters fully leveled up, or 9 characters to 70 plus, and I found around 7 divine orbs in that time, and most were found during the campaign. And then you can take these divine orbs and you can go to the currency exchange and then just trade them for like insane amounts of currency. That's usually my recommendation. I got myself 700 regal orbs like that, and like 300 exalteds or 400 exalteds at this point. To then be able to use the craft gambling system. One divine is 48 exalts. One divine used to be 120 just a few days ago. Did something happen to the market? You got 3 chaos orbs. Are they worth much? Nah, not really. Yeah, one divine is now 900 regals. When I traded, it was 600 regals. Or when I used the currency exchange. You're dead.
The Val also had brutal traditions.
Ooh, doo doo doo.
I offer this heart to you, Garakan.
Five jars past campaign. I still not seen one divine. Ha! Get wrecked, nerd. Sorry. Just came over me. What do I want to do with my 2 points? Oh, you can even reduce the ice crystal life more if you wanted to. That's kind of funny. Problem with divines is that it's completely random, even if you have a lot of magic find, right? So what one person has like 30% magic find and keeps finding a lot of divines, and one person has 100% magic find and doesn't keep finding a lot of divines. Like, I mean, they have a low chance to drop. You can make the chance higher, but a low chance stays a low chance, and if you're unlucky, you're unlucky. That's it. I mean, it's the same a little bit with a mythic uniques in Diablo, right? You can kill 50 pinnacle bosses in Diablo, and you get 3 uber uniques, and someone kills 100 and doesn't get a single one. I mean, I have found, that's the point. I've found more divines during the campaign with 0 magic find than I have found divines in the end game with 100% plus magic find. Make out of that what you want, right?
It appears he has no idea who he is dealing with.
Hello, Lesser Jeweler's Orb.
This place is strange.
Don't know what divines do. Divines randomize the affixes, suffixes you have on prefixes, suffixes you have on your item. Usually you can use them to roll a unique item. So let's say you have a unique item with a low roll. You could use a divine to just randomize the roll. They're mostly used as a currency to buy and sell things on the market. So divines are like the dollar of the market. So you don't use them, you just use them to get currency out of people that want to gamble. Isn't the magic find down to the extra stats an item can have? No, the magic find is certainly down to how much is dropping Beskar. More magic find means more currency. More magic find also means more maps. More magic find means more of everything. It's not to better item find, it's more. More. Oh, come on now. I'm trying to just waltz. Okay, I have no lightning resistance. That's like the issue. We have no lightning resistance. But I'm also not going to fight my way through this area because this area is such a walkthrough. Just stop like being in my way and one-shotting me. That would be great. Don't mind me, I got no patience for this area. Because why would you in any capacity? And yes, having 0 lightning resistance can be rather unfortunate for this area. Okay, Jesus Christ, why are you blocking my outrance? Ah! Dodge roll like a cabbage? Yes, sir. I miss a travel skill like my warrior has. I'm gonna get myself a mace in a second and just leap slam my way through this. Chad. I will do it. Don't stop me. I will equip a mace and just leap slam my way through this area. That's it. Don't force my hand. Reskill everything in strength just to do that. Okay, this time I'm blocking off the people that are trying to push me. Oh my goodness, they still push me in the button. Doriani's about to cook? Yes. I use Blink. Well, I could just put off the cast on freeze to put on Blink to use Blink, but that would be too simple a solution. I mean, we already said it in Uzil that would probably be the way to do it more efficient, but we're stubborn, chat. You know that we're stubborn. Great. I'm stuck. So we're very stubborn, and it's not a good character trait. Oh no, it's always to the right and then up. I got robbed. What the fuck? It's always to the right and up. Robbery. And we're going to the left now. It's interesting that Sorceress has the weakest normal playthrough, and Sorceress also has the weakest cruel playthrough in comparison. Chan. You look at what the other classes can do. Look at me. I'm the chosen one. And there we are. See, this is why I don't fight. Because you can just do this. This soul is self-found, yep.
Stop this at once.
That's why we don't fight this area, because that's how you can just play this area.
I will do with her what I must.
Oh no! Cornered myself! You know what? I could have just gone back in time to decorner myself instantly. There it is. Same. Even after all this, DD.
So,
Whee!
the demon of Atzoatl has finally come for me.
Such arrogance.
Oh, I missed him. Hey, can we cage him in, or can he jump out? That's a good question. Can we cage him in like the Viper? Doriani, I'm trying to cage you in like the Viper, not actually like trying to do damage to you. How does the time rift work for you? I have the bug where you need unreserved spirit to cast.
At the eve of the
I've never heard of that bug,
the demon of
but I don't have a bug, so it works for me.
finally come for me.
Door's plenty good. Don't have any issues. Oh, I just really walked into that. I just really worked into that. B-Bud, why has Twitch not banned this pathetic person? Because you're wrong, sir. You're being the pathetic person in here, spreading weird-ass lies. So I'm sorry for your sad behavior, but you're being banned. Sorry, Chad. Gotta get rid of Mr. B-Bud weirdness. Too slow. Neil already did it. I'm sorry, chat. Neil is too fast. Cute. The haters never stop hating.
The demon of Atzoatl has finally come.
When you would think that when someone like tries to spread lies about you and you believe random weirdness in the internet and these lies seem to not be true and then you still believe in them even after all these years, right? That maybe, crazy as it sounds, they might have been just that, lies. Or you just keep up with your self-delusion, pull a full Elon Musk, and just don't accept that you're wrong, which is crazy.
Survival requires brutal choices.
I need some lightning resistance. I might need at least a little bit lightning resistance, Chad.
So, at the eve of the end,
Are they making crafting a little bit more deterministic? They will, at some point, do something about crafting. That being said, I wouldn't count on it soon. The crafting is intentionally done this way for the time being, as, I mean, you notice how people are already struggling with a bunch of the mechanics in the game, right? Let's be fair. If you look at your friends and if you look at gamers you know and the general reception in the internet, I mean, you probably have been on Reddit. Have you been on Reddit, chat? So you've probably been on Reddit, right? And you have been in the forums and you have watched YouTube videos and you've seen YouTube comments. I mean, people are struggling. Matter of fact, people are struggling left, right, and center with game mechanics, with basic game mechanics. So I mean, crafting being this way, it really needs to be this way. Because if it was any different, I mean, what can we say? People are getting along, okay? People are getting it done somewhat. But if we now make the crafting more complicated, it's I wouldn't count on a I would count on a crafting rework before the AEA release. So I think they're gonna do something before early access because it needs to be tested, if that makes sense, right? We can't just release a new crafting system with EA without testing it. So 100% it needs to be tested beforehand. But again, don't count on it anytime soon. Ice bomb, ice bomb, ice bomb, ice bomb. By the way, this is vastly weaker than the monk right now, but still strong enough.
You leave me no choice.
Okay, now we're gonna run around. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
The destruction of Axolotl will be repaid 1,000-fold.
That was a pretty simple fight. Like it.
Do not fail me.
I would expect new classes for the crafting system. New classes are not coming before EA. I wish they would, but I can't see it coming, chat. EA is gonna be like, bam! Early access is over, full release, 6 new classes, new ascendancy.
It's already written.
Right? Act 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, everything together.
Come with us.
New league. Right? They need to bring out the game with like a big...
I do know the way.
So I'd assume that a lot of the stuff is probably going to come at the same time there.
Here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
Would at least make sense, I guess. How's the game going so far? Pretty good. I mean, we've been having our share of fun with the...
I will come.
Let's call it the shotgun Sorc. Blasting that wall apart and having fun. Best level to take Ascension 2. We did it with the level 38 really early because the ice wall fireball was super strong.
Now then, it is time we departed. Activate the portal. We will see about it. It begins.
They will test the new class in EA, makes most sense. But why? I mean, none of the current classes is broken, inherently. Everything is kind of working, more or less.
The world really just
So there's no really need to pre-test the new classes, because things are not working.
There's a lot.
Okay, let's see where this is going right now. We're gonna teleport back to base.
This from here. Why are you? Of course.
If you betray me, I will scorch your
This is my favorite phase of the game after the campaign. So like the early mapping stage from like map 1 to 10. I like the power curve that you're getting because afterwards the power curve just gets boring.
Yes.
He seems familiar. What is it?
I can finally throw all the items in the bin too. I mean, what means in the bin, but I can finally remove them from my inventory. So from this point on, I'm officially allowed to use my stash. I've been waiting for this moment all the time. Hello, Stash. Nice to meet you. Step number 1. What are we doing, Chad? Wait, the rings are actually... They're here. Wait a second. The rings are here. There they are. 40% magic find and 23% magic find. Spell. +1 to all spell skills. Thank you very much. And we could also take the spell damage and cast speed thingies, right? Like some random assortment of items flying around that I just at this stage throw my character. Well, that's another 25% rarity of items found thingy. Yikes. +1 level to all spell skills. Thank you very much. I mean, what's life without having like a bunch of shit flying around? Wait a second. Wasn't this one better? Yeah, that one was actually superior. I'm just finding a bunch of shit on the streets. Okay, so I need a tier 1 map, Doriani. Thank you very much. Let's straight away do an abyss map with all this stuff on there. We're actually pushing in this direction, so I'm still looking for a citadel, chat, in case you don't notice this, but I have not found a citadel yet. I'm a poor loser that is still trying to find his very first shebang bang going on. Okay, so what are we changing now, though? You cannot access endgame content until you have completed the campaign. Sorry, what? I was under the assumption that I just killed Doriani. And I just finished the campaign, chat. At Doriani. You need to start the first map from the ziggurat. You need to? Okay. I was not aware. Thank you for telling me. I was for a second baffled because, well, baffled to be, yeah. That was, that was weird. Huh? What have I done? Okay, let's see how this, like, I mean, this obviously is going to feel instantly good in mapping because mapping is weaker than the tier 3. You know what? This corridor is shit for what we're doing. It's blocking us. Right, I'm trying to move through here and the corridor is just blocking all the fancy explosions and everything. Your proximal intangible, that is so annoying. Why would you be that? I have to say, as good as this two-handed one feels, ow. That was my first map. As I said, it's gonna feel good, chat. So as damagey as this one felt right now, it was so slow. Intrigued. Give me back my... Where was that Sorc? Give me back my casting speed thingy. So I can do more casting speed thingies. Chaos resistance. I'm the chosen one. See, I have instantly resistances. I'm happy about that. Wait, let's go shopping for Jiffy. I'll have a new helmet. At 81% chaos damage. I only need 81%. A +3 to all spell skills. That seems so good. Can I mess with that thingy? 25 damages, extra fire damage, I guess? 42% increased cast speed, cool. 98%, 92% lightning damage, Well, this started all so good, Chad. But then for some reason it decided to give me lightning damage, right? I mean, obviously I could play this now for Sparks, huh? Do not activate the towers before update. That is a valid point. Okay, well, you know what? I don't want to play that crypt again. I'm going to go into Willow. Crypt felt weird. So you're completely right. Do not activate the towers. We all hate towers. All my boys hate them.
Die, scum!
Ow. I feel so squishy when I'm being shot at by like 20 billion of these thingies. Are you all hasted? You're all hasted and accurate. What does accurate mean, Chad? That they're not missing, I guess? Wow. They do damage. We're still feeling way too squishy. If you get killed, can you simply do the same map again? Yes, but there's a downside to it. If you get killed, your map loses all the leaks on it. So if you have a map that has a boss and that is a ritual and that has an expedition or whatsoever, if you get yourself killed, you can repeat the map, yeah, but it will just be that, a normal map. And the map that you used for it is also lost. So if you did a tier 15 and you die after 2 seconds because you suck at the game, then that's good riddance to your tier 15 map. It's gone. And you're going to put another tier 15 in if you have one. And you're obviously not going to get the cool effects, which can be a bit frustrating in the beginning if you're still like getting to grips with the end game and you feel like you are tanky enough, but you're in fact not tanky enough. And then you keep like dying to random shit and it just feels like really bad because you never get to experience the cool mechanics, right? So that can feel bad about the end game, ow. And is probably right now the biggest critique towards the end game. Okay, well, that's intriguing. It feels very bad. So we just arrived in the mapping stage, right? We just played through everything, and now this feels terrible. Straight up out of the house. Like, you're taking too much damage, it hurts, it's bad. Even for a tier 1 map, because usually, like, when you enter a tier 1 map, it should feel good. Now, I am severely underleveled, though, right? Technically 4 levels underleveled, but that shouldn't count. So I'm genuinely surprised how bad it feels. That's intriguing. So we gotta change something, because it can't stay this way. Do you have a guide for which random drought is best for each build? Well, it's a bit common sense. I know that doesn't help you right now. I usually take chaos resistance every single time with every character, might it be Titan, Ranger, or whatsoever. So that's always chaos resistance. And for example, for my warriors, I've taken the stun threshold because I hate to be stunned with them. For my ranger, I've taken stun threshold too. With my mages, I take mana regeneration as I want to take mind over matter. With the infernalist, I took also my mana regeneration because I wanted to take mind over matter. With my Merc 2.0 Ranger dude, I took also mana regeneration over stun threshold. So that's like kind of that. How many hours do you have in this game? I don't have many hours. I am actually a very low hour player. I only have 290. Like almost 300 hours. And yes, that is a low hour player, chat. Let's be real. That's not tons of hours. That's tiny wincy bits of hours. Okay, let's do one more tier 1 just to identify why it's feeling so bad, chat. And then we're gonna look for a solution for our problems. I mean, definitely the open-ended nature here of the map isn't helping very much. Alright, we're trying, but... that meteor just destroyed all of them. That's pretty good. Oh, hello there. Oh, it's a level 65. No. That's amazing, chat. We could do our third ascendancy right away. Now, so when I say 300 hours is a low hour player, you gotta consider that there are people that are bordering on the 500 already. Now, obviously, there are some people that have heavily overplayed this game, right? So don't get me wrong. But, yeah. And see if I'm taking my time slower, I guess it still feels okay. But it doesn't feel like good enough. Like right now this would feel weaker than the spark. So far this has felt better than the spark in the campaign, but right now it would actually feel weaker than the spark. Because with the spark, like Archmage, Tempest, blah, whatever, like you would just tear this up here right now. relatively simple. So now we get a rethink because we obviously don't want to play Spark. We could play with Eye of Winter to just do mass freezing if we wanted to. Does the Eye of Winter not break the walls, right? Is Monk going to get nerfed? Nothing is going to get nerfed. Absolutely nothing. They said big nerfs are only coming with a new league. They said that early access is not going to have a new league. So I wouldn't expect any massive nerfs in early access. Right? It's all very good right now. By the way, I might have lost a complete chat. I'm sorry, chat. I lost a complete one. Ah, my mouse is stuck. Give me a second. My mouse is stuck on screen number 6. It's free again. We lost a chat. We're getting you back, boys. Don't worry. I got you back. Huh. So we are getting a new league. Wow, that has me surprised. I thought we are at the stage where we're not getting a new league. Okay, we got both back again. So new patch is still not out. Did they nerf concoction builds? No. So what happens to the concoction build? Just as a quick reminder to people. Do you know when the full release is coming? No. So this is I Poison Your Mom. So yeah, we completely lost Twitch for a while. Sorry, Twitch. We get this is the Pathfinder has 42,000 damage. We have this quiver. The quiver does 32% increased damage with bow skills. That 32% damage won't exist anymore after the patch. So that's pretty much the only change. You're gonna lose 32% damage to what you're doing right now. Ta-da. That's it. Just find a new quiver that's better. Done. Because current quiver, not good enough. Yeah, get another flight elemental, easy, done. Yeah, it's not hard to replace this. It's not impossible. Just get a different quiver. It was just easier to get this kind of quiver. Okay. So what did I have? I had something somewhere, but I don't know where I put that. I put it somewhere on hold. Struggling with your Shayula Monk. I think your Shayula Monk is struggling because it also doesn't really work correctly. So the leech thingy might just not do what it's supposed to be doing. Right? So that's a bit the issue. I was looking for a very specific thing, but I lost it to play around with the chrono. So what for choices do we have now with the Chronomancer? Just to wrap up our choices, guys. So if we wanted to, we could swap this Chronomancer over to be strength related now. And then you could be taking your cooldown recovery rate, the time snap for the cooldown recovery. And the also don't take a cooldown. And you could play the Hammer of the Gods and slam down the Hammer of the Gods as often as you want to. That's one of the easier solutions to kind of play this build, and it works really good solo self-found as well, as you simply just need a bunch of melee bonky sticks. The problem is you probably don't have them because you now have been looking for them. I mean, the firewall doesn't really work anymore. The ice wall fireball doesn't feel good anymore. That really doesn't feel nice. Now, for the campaign, until this very point, it was like fine-ish. But now I'm not vibing with it anymore, straight away in the mapping phase. As it's just like, it's too much setup to feel good. Comparison. I wonder if we could do more with cast on freeze. Like if we stop using the frost wall and use unleash support now. Spell Cascade on Comet, and we could play technically with Eye of Winter to just go and freeze things, you know?
Firing a full spiral of them at the end of its flight. If the eye passes over an elemental ground effect,
And just have like things. Is Frostbolt a play? No, Frostbolt's never a play. I mean, you can pretty much take this one if you want to instead of the fireball and put like the scatter shot on the Eye of Winter as well. And I don't think Pork would actually work. Put that in there and get that over there. And then you could play the Eye of Winter. And we're just throwing things around right now without much making sense. Oh wait, let's do the crypt for that. Need Pierce if you're gonna play Eye. That's true. That's true. Thank you for reminding me. Should have a Pierce, so I don't have to make a new one. I fully agree with you, Mr. Neil. Do some Eye of Winter. And then you just go. Just free. Can you play the Ice Wall still and with Eye of Winter together? I wouldn't really feel like anything right now, so we would be like better off using the fireball again. I like the comet. But it's like too much effort to get the comet in so far. Because you need more freeze, obviously. Or more regular freeze to make the comet be like a constant thingy. I really gotta try out Eye of Winter on my concoction build and then do cast on what's it called again? Cast on Kraid. Because the Eye of Winter applies critical weakness, in case you missed it. Oh, whoops. It's funny, like, how sad it is to really play with any kind of armor and any kind of evasion. I haven't done that in a while, and it feels so bad when your energy shield is gone and you just instantly die, right? It feels so bad. Now let's see if I find what I was looking for. Give me a moment. I had a plan, and I put it somewhere, and I don't know where I put it. Might this be what I was looking for? Somewhere it was a great rough layout. I mean, the biggest issue is that the Eye of Winter just doesn't do enough damage to also interact with the Frost Waltz, right? Yeah, the Eye of Batskill, though, is basically for the crit buff. I wanted to do an Eye of Winter, what was it called again? Eye of Winter Ranger at some point. But, different. You can spec into crit more. We could do that, but we basically have like 0 crit gear. So if we would do cast on crit instead of cast on freeze, you could technically use the fireball, but like we would need so much crit, right? We need so much crit. It's crazy. But it would be interesting to see how it would turn out if we go for cast on crit. You know? I'd definitely like to see where that would go. The problem is, in order to go for cast on crit, you'd have to kick out a lot of the actual damage just to get the crit. Now, what's flat damage even worth it in comparison, though? But I definitely would like to see how much energy you're getting with cast on crit, especially with the amount of fireballs we can throw. So that would be intriguing to find out. For sure. Let's see, how many points can I weasel out without doing too much damage to the things we're getting done right now? Just out of mere interest. That was critical chance for spells. Increase spell damage if you've dealt. Ooh. We obviously want the... So how much is that bonus now? If I would go for the fireball, just for the YOLOs. We had the fork, we had the scatter shot, and we had the unleash. And you would get that. Wow, that's 12%. That's sad. That's sad. Like, seriously. It's always my issue with like any kind of crit. See, like this stuff gives a 36% crit hit chance on spells. So even with that, like you're getting like another 3% plus, right? So in order to get this anywhere close to crit hit, you would have to... I mean, there's so many points I'd have to move around to even remotely get in that direction of making this work. See, I've actually not messed with critical hit on spells yet. Like, this is my first time even remotely looking for this, if that makes sense. We have generally never considered. Use blue flame bracers for more freeze. No uniques. Uniques are not an option, okay? At least in my case. I'm a special nut job, okay? I don't use uniques. It's just the way how I play the game. 40% crit hit chance against enemies that are affected by no elemental ailment. That's so weird. 100% crit chance against enemies with full life. Wouldn't that be cool? Okay, what other crit chance do you have available early on? And that's minion crit. That's more minion crit. So then that one is... Wait, is that minion crit? No, it's break armor. That was minion crit. There's a good node far away on the right. I mean, there is a lot like here. This is the bonus down and crit chance up. So that would be like what... a few points over. But in order to get to that point, I'd have to like yoink more things out. I'd have to like torch my whole bonus exposure shebang I get going on there. And even then we wouldn't make it all the way. Right? Here. Could barely get it done. I'd have to yoink out a point somewhere. Would have to yoink you out. Okay, so what we made it up to, Chad? We made it up to 21.42%. Yay! Let's see. Out of intrigue. You play around with that. Here, that is cast on. What do I need for cast on crit? Oh, disconnect from server. I'm sorry. Like, please don't ban me. You can install your amulet with more crit. Yeah, but we're gonna first test if that's even remotely something I want to play around with. You know? Inevitable critical. I don't think inevitable critical would be worth it, as we are pretty much Okay, can I just play the game? What is the patch happening? Chat, is the patch happening? If the whole premise of what we're planning is actually working. Cast on critical. Yeah, it should be tomorrow now. I'm like, well, why are you hating on me? Cast on critical costs 100 spirit? You're gonna force me to get more spirit. Okay, let's see. Out of interest, how much energy are you getting from this? By Atlas, give me that map. Wait, did I put the things back in motion? Wait. Crosswall needs to get back the cascade. You get back the energy retention. Might certainly help with the clear because you're just doing more damage. Interestingly enough, right? So if it did one thing, it just randomly helped with more damage, because you're just like, despite having like a very low crit, it's just enough crit with all the shebang going out that you're doing more damage. So we're certainly doing more. But by no means like was the energy filling up enough, right? The energy was just feeding up like really slow. But hey, we like this had 33.66 crit and this has 21.42. So I guess that was working somewhat. Can we weasel out a bit more crit somewhere, chat? Critical hit. I mean, the problem is that we don't have any critical strike damage bonus. You just have like critical hits potentially happening, and that's about it. Would be great if you write critical hit correctly. Jansen, thank you for the 14 months of support. Appreciation. Good to see you there, Jansen. I mean, technically you would have to get into this node, right? Because this is the node to go for. That's the ultimate damage for crit hit gainers, kinda. I mean, this is also like more critical hit chance down there. We have here that those minions. This is critical damage bonus. Nothing really mattering. We just We just check here for another time. Just want to see like how it feels. Top left, you still missed one. What did we miss top left? Which one? I mean, that was minions. This was Umber Break and physical damage. This is also minions. This is your critical hit for spells, critical damage bonus, magnitude of damaging ailments you inflict with critical hits. Is that what you're talking about? Or which one are we looking at? I mean, this is reducing crit hit. Bite the bullet, do a full respec. I mean, a full respec wouldn't do very much right now, like, because again, there's not much to reach. Yeah, the damage of the frost is higher. I mean, obviously, the problem with the cast on crit right now is that you're missing out on the... I don't know what I wanted to say. My brain just short-circuited. So if you look at our energy, though, right? It's barely rising. So the cast on freeze energy was definitely rising more. Yeah, it's like in comparison to freeze, it's kind of sad. Considering how few, like how easy it is to get the freeze going. And the only advantage about crit is if like all my fireballs plus the little fireballs, if they all would crit, then you would just get more comets. But I mean, generally, look how long it took to get like one comet off. That being said, I would reckon we already get like more DPS out of this than before, which is actually really funny. Right? We're dying so fast. Are you using Eye of Winter to inflict critical weakness? Honestly, if I would now use Eye of Winter to inflict critical weakness, you could certainly do this, but it would just be not feeling good at all, because then I would have to cast like Frost Wall and Eye of Winter and then hope to crit. Passive is called Storm Charged. This one here, increase the damage if you dealt a critical hit recently and critical hit chance. Sure, I guess you could get some more critical hit chance and cast me with elemental skills, so that'd be another 20. Not a bad one. Certainly better than going down here into these. So we wanted to do that. But it's just like that cast on crit just doesn't seem worth it. I might protect, like if you consider what I invested now all to make this work, it just doesn't seem worth it. At least not the cast on crit. I mean, the crit in general, like, it ain't even bad. Yeah, ailments seem like a lot better than going for that. Just go slow and steady and level bit by bit. That's not the point. That's not the point, sir. I mean, you could just play this to level now, but you want to reach the end game and you want it to feel good, and it just doesn't do that. Correct? I mean, obviously we are like we're not having like the level of equipment we should have, right? Our equipment is just barely holding up, but that's beyond the point. Like, if you reach the end game and what you're playing just doesn't feel good, that's just bad then. Right? Minion death with Raging Spirits can't really be played, Kirk, because in order to make minion death with Raging Spirits efficient, you need specific items. Like, you can play minion death probably without Raging Spirits. But it's not as efficient as. So what you can do is, where's my 14 jewel? You can do, like, just to show you. So you can take the jewel, right? You can do cast on minion death. And we're here to experiment and show you things, right? So you can do cast on minion death, and then you can play the comment on cast on minion death, for example. And you can, yeah. You put the impetus on. You put the energy retention. Now for now. The cast on freeze comes out. Let me clear my inventory for a second.
Go on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Brain dead. My brain didn't move anymore. Let's get this all gone. For Jiffy. Then you would be able to do the gems. We would be able to do the boink flip, Raging Spirits. Because you obviously would need to have Raging Spirits, right? And you want the Raging Spirits to die as fast as possible. So you need the Raging Spirits to die. So you need to have them have less life. Alright, you can put Infernal Legion on them to have them die faster. Because that's the plan. Ah, yeah, you need a lowest level. That's true, that's true. Thank you for reminding me. An extreme low level. Because the Raging Spirits would die faster. Thank you for reminding me. I might have a lower level Raging Spirit if I didn't destroy it. Here, level 4 Raging Spirit. Slow as they go. I don't have very much. Like, we can put Infernal Legion on it. That would kill them faster. And then you would still have the... that is Castle Minion Death. That would be 60. That's 30. Yeah. And just like for the way how it goes. So just like, you know, just as a thingy. So the plan is now that you would be just like, again, to demonstrate what the basic idea behind this is, that you're gonna do the ice wall. Okay. And then you're gonna throw out this, and look how many Raging Spirits it does that die instantly.
Die once more.
The problem is, I don't think they count as dying when they die to the Infernal Legion, right? So, like, you can see this filling up relatively quick. But they die, like, instantly from the Infernal Legion, but I don't think that counts. You have to have them, like, die, right? Raging Spirit does not proc Castle Minion, does the death. Or used to. So that's roughly what we're having there going on. Where was I? That was the rough idea behind it. But yeah, as you notice, doesn't really do much there. But it's funny though to get all these Raging Spirits. You need the Ignite Minion thing, Amulet thingy. Oh yeah, I mean, you'd like the best thing for this to work, and that's why I was saying it, In order to have the minions die instantly, you need to kill them with a certain amulet that I don't have. Yeah. Because otherwise it's just not stacking enough. Pinchu. You're absolutely right. You need this. What is it called? It's called the fire flower, exactly. Fire flower solar amulet. It says take 100 damage when you ignite an enemy. Exactly. That's what it says. 100 damage when you ignite an enemy. And you consistently ignite enemies. And then due to the very low level that your minions are on, you're able to like get that off. Right? But I don't think it will work otherwise. So if you just have the Raging Spirits and you just have the cast on minion death, like you can get a lot of Raging Spirits, as you can see here, right? We're making tons of them. Make tons of things, and you would also they obviously don't die right away, right? So it still takes like a long time. I mean, it's surprisingly still making combat fast enough-ish, right? As you can see here. It's just so you see, like, it goes up relatively quick as it's just making tons of minions. Like, and then you have all the Raging Spirits, and then it goes and goes and goes, but you need to, like, kill that. Yeah, they have to take an enemy and die, exactly, for it to work. I mean, it works, like, good enough, but like, also not really more efficient than freeze, unless you have the unique amulet where you can have them die. Okay, so if you have the Fire Flower amulet, you can kill them. But that's the point. Like the castle minion death doesn't really work unless, right, you have that specific item, like, right, unless because like this is like very inefficient. Like sure it works, but does it actually work? Yeah, you can't play this without the two things, but that's the point. People were asking about it. So you're not sure what we're doing? We're showing things, sir. We just get into the endgame. We're showing things. Not everyone knows everything. Not everyone spends their life online, my friend. I mean, you could technically go for cast on ignite over cast on freeze. Because the question is, what do we do more? Do we ignite more? Do we freeze more? And then we get all the casts through, by the way. Chad. Hey, let's just here. I get a cast on ignite too. Ladies and gentlemen. Then we have all of them through. The cast on ignite, the cast on freeze, the cast on everything. There you go. Now we get that too. Keep the Raging Spirits with us. Wait, can I actually keep the Raging Spirits as a set of interest? Da-da-da. Oh, I didn't activate it. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, I'm like, we're actually not, but we did ignite, chat. There you go. We did ignite. Woo! Stop it. We ignited. We're happy. We don't want more. We ignited for 2%. Stop it. Stop it right now. We ignited for 2%. Retreat, chat. We got it done. Oh, great. Meta skills build energy too slow after the nerf. Well, it depends. You can build energy quite a lot, but it's more a bonus unless you have the specific uniques to make it work. Why does the Temporalis Silk Rope have come down so much in value? Because Temporalis is getting nerfed. And I'm saying nerfed because the Temporalis unique body armor can no longer reduce the cooldown of a skill below 100 milliseconds. And the main reason why people were playing it because it was reducing things like so much that like you could permanently blink. So it was like removing blink like so much that you just could, you know? So it sounds like not a lot, but this 100 milliseconds is probably going to make a lot of people sad. A lot of people that have a need for speed addiction, they're going to be like, right? So that's definitely going to throw a wrench into a lot of people's things. You know what I wonder with the cast on Ignite still? If what was that? Gain 25% of cold damage and extra fire damage against frozen enemies. If you freeze enemies and you do cold damage against them, then it's also fire damage or not. But even that wouldn't ignite more. Yeah, the castle minion definitely needs the amulet. I just wanted to show what it means. So this is very important, right, Kirk? That a lot of these builds, like if you really go on the internet and you find a bunch of interesting builds. I mean, you can go like here, you can go and you can enter awesome PoE 2 builds. And there's like great builds, right? There's amazing things like all over there. But all of these builds are usually very heavily reliant on a specific set of items. There's just rarely a build that you're like, oh, I could make this. You know? Like you're like, it's like, I could totally make, no, you couldn't. You couldn't. You could not make this. Unless... And that's why I try, like, I personally, all my builds that we have made so far, every single character that I have is a build that you can make. And that's what we're trying to do with the Chronomancer right now, correct? So my Titan is using a standard, very cool hammer, perfect strike build, level 80, super easy. The Pathfinder, simple. The Merc 2.0, very, like, not a single unique that you need. Same goes for the Witch, for the original Merc, for the Monk. All of these characters can just be played by every single one, and they're very powerful, all of them. By the way, we have to delete you. Yeah. So, all of them are very powerful, and all of them work for everyone, right? And that's what I'm trying to do with the Chronomancer too. Right? And hope I can make it work. Because it's no fun to make it different. Maybe respec crit notes to trigger meta skills to cast more. What do we have for? Are there notes for that? I never checked if there are energy nodes. I've never really played around with this. Are there nodes that have us gain more energy? I never really checked. Yes, a few, but nothing substantial. Energize is one. Energize. I genuinely never checked. See, like 9 characters deep and never checked. Ah, up there. Okay, 25% chance for trigger skills to refund half of the energy spent. Okay, and meta skills gain increased energy. Okay. I see what you're saying. So you have nodes for meta skills in general. How have I never checked that out? Is beyond me. So there's another one here where meta skills gain increased energy. Okay, so you get 2. You get energism and dynatism. Is there more? Or am I just blind? I wish it would blink like better. Like because it blinks like not at all. So there's 2. What you tell me is that there's 2. That's it. Okay. That's it. We don't have more. Voldafil, thank you for the 84 months of support. Voldafil, great to see you there. Hope you're doing good. By the way, chat, thank you actually for so many of you staying interested here today instead of just like, ah, fuck, this is not going anywhere. I'm out. It's connected to nodes that help. I mean, obviously, if you're on the way and if you're already taking this, it wouldn't hurt to go for this, right? I just wonder if cast on is what we need. Or if we should just fully juice. I mean, you could technically stay with the fireball and the frost wall and just fully juice this into critical strike damage, and we're just ignore all the other elemental shebang bang ailment, whatever, suck it, and just go full the crit. I don't feel like that is what we want to do. The left side of the energize gives a big boost to damage. Yeah, so I can understand that they give a big boost to damage, but damage has not been the problem. It was more like about getting the energy together, right? So our question was obviously, how do we get the energy together? I mean, if we now just kick out the crit skills again, so let's just see. I want to see how much more this does. Okay, so I've never messed with the meta skills, but I just want to know right now how much more would this do for us. Okay, so that was energy back, right? This was the meta skill. And I need to make my way over there. So let me kick this one out here quickly. Kick this one out. Kick that one out. All of it. Oh, and jewel socket. And triggered spells. Here, more energy. There you go. 5 points. We needed the... Here, I need the bonus freeze build up. That one can go out. I would need... Oh, we're stuck. We're not stuck with crit. We're bonus crit. What was that? Here, crit, and here, damage against frozen enemies. Ta-da. Plus the 1, 2, 3 cool damage. Okay. I hope you're happy now. I hope you're happy now. Good. That brought us back to the... We had the frost wall. The let's kick out the raging spirits can eat my ass. The cast on critical can go out. There's the cast on freeze again. With the comet, with the impetus, and with the energy retention on the grim feast. Okay. There is another meta skill you missed on 12 o'clock. You mean this one? I don't see shit. Tell me the name of the skill. I mean, seriously. Is he taking a piss on me, Chad? I'm blind. It's just, I'm legally blind. Whew. Do you feel Chronomancer had at least a unique feel compared to the other classes? Yeah, I mean, Chronomancer really felt good with the Frostwall Fireball spam again, and due to the cooldown reduction, it was really nice. I have to say the Temporal Rift seems completely useless right now. I mean, like, I'm not saying that the Temporal Rift is completely useless, but I have died despite Temporal Rift because of Temporal Rift. I don't know. I've died tons with Temporal Rift regardless. So that doesn't really change anything. Wait, where's my cast on? Wait, did I not put the cast on freeze back on? Huh? Oh, there it is. So with despite, because of... I mean, energy gain is definitely more. So that is working correctly. If you have like one elite there. I like that we can still like exclude them from existence, so that makes that is very funny to me. It's like if you don't want to get damaged, you can just be like, nah, I really don't want to get damaged, you know. Like I'm fine. I really don't want to mess with you. That freeze is definitely happening more often, but obviously like this does not feel very well, Mr. Stark, right? It feels very tedious. Well, that was two freezes right, two comets right after each other. I mean, it's like certainly more often a comet than not. So the nodes work, I guess. But it's not like that this feels noteworthy. I mean, if we compare this to any other build that has reached this stage, even the Warrior was just blasting in comparison. Right? Needs jewels too. Yeah, but if we also add now energy gain jewels to this, like it gets even more specific gear. That brings me, by the way, to the point I wasn't even aware that there's energy gain jewels. Like, again, 9 characters, and we have not played around much with cast on thingies. So you're telling me there's jewels that get you energy? Since when? Right? It's true. I feel like I'm being lied and swindled too, Chad. You can have 2 cast on freezes, right? Yes, you can have 2 cast on freezes up at the same time. So you can have a cast on freeze that does the comet, and you could have a cast on freeze that does the frostwall, for example. I tried Blood Mage yet? No, we haven't tried Blood Mage at all because Blood Mage just is kind of weird. Okay, so you have jewels that can do energy too. I mean, I have so many jewels, it would be weird. I don't... Ah, here, see, okay, energy. But these are energy shield. These are not faster start of energy shield, so they have nothing to do with energy. What do they say, the ones that give you energy? Because these are only energy shields things. Right? type in meta. Okay, they say meta. Well, that's see. Aren't those time loss jewels, guys? Trigger. We have triggered spells deal increased damage, and we get triggered spells deal increased damage. So that's what we have. Ta-da. We're the chosen one, Chan. We got this going on. They exist, lol. Yeah, sure, Chad. They exist. I believe you. I'm like, it's fine, Chad. I'm totally, yep, sure they exist.
Hello. We prepared for all contingencies.
That's, if you believe so that these things exist in your own little world, that's okay with me. Search and trade site. Well, I don't have them, so despite them existing or not existing, don't get me wrong, I don't have them, so they're out of the question anyways, if that makes sense, right? I don't have one. I can't use them. Aside from Sparks, what do you think is the next strongest Sorc build? Well, depends on if you ask solo self-found or not. I mean, Spark is really easy to make solo self-found because it's just simple, right? You just stack some mana, you just stack some energy shield, and you go places. I mean, our Stormweaver that we have was just really simple to build. She doesn't even have good gear, but she still just feels really, really nice. Right, I'm even playing like a version with Solar Orb still for Fountain of Mana, but you just get your things going and you're good to go. By the way, this has the Eye of Winter for other reasons, but it doesn't work. So like you just have a easy, strong character with like tons of energy shield and mana and everything. So it's like super easy to get spark damage up like tons, and even free to play, solo self found. But well, we do not solo self found. You run an 82 Chronomancer and you're struggling around map tier 12. Let's see what Neil got for me there. Yeah, that's obviously the easy chrono, Neil. You're totally not wrong about that. But I really don't want to do that. So, one of the better Chronomancers to play, which is really sad, Chad, but one of the better Chronomancers to play is a melee Chronomancer. Yeah, it is what it is. And so I know, Neil. I know. It truly saddens me that you're correct about this. But you could play a melee Chronomancer. Like, this is the sad part. So, Chad, if we would now decide, okay, this is not a monk Chronomancer, you play a Titan. So, if you would decide now to reskill your Chronomancer from magic over to the Leap Slam Bone Shatter Chrono, you would be straight up better. The only problem is you would have to find a weapon like this. So a weapon, like this is a level 45 weapon that has +4 to all melee skills and quite some damage. See, with this weapon and this shield, I like alone this weapon though, I would just be wrecking havoc throughout the world. Would actually be insane. But it's quite something to get there. So it's not really easy. And then you do like Hammer of the Gods and some other shenanigans. Yeah, the Hammer of the Gods Rewind, but that's, I think that might be the lowest cost one to make. Have you gotten your 4th set of Ascendancy points? Yes. Yes. So that would probably be the easiest one to make, but it would be hard to, I mean, like you would have to, you recommend people essentially to play into the late game like this, and then it's like, okay, listen, now that you got there, you can throw everything out of the window. And you get to reskill the whole character. I'm not sure if I feel like that, Chad. I feel like doing that to people. It feels so mean. When alone clicking this back right now would be costing like tons of money, right?
Yes?
A new realm of power.
Like the poor people, they can barely afford their breakfast, and you're like, hey sir, so I know this is not looking good for you right now. You've suffered quite some heavy losses, but I need all your money. Well, Hammer of the Gods when you go Siege Cascade. Oh, I have seen some good Siege Cascade stuff too, John. I would personally just prefer Hammer of the Gods because Hammer of the Gods is that. It's a lot of work. Exactly. That's the biggest problem. It is a lot of work. But that's like, it's so much work because you would have to, like, you have to go essentially through here on the side all the way to Giant's Blood. Take a look at Archmage. I mean, we could easily play Archmage. That's not the point. So we know what Archmage does, my friend. So Archmage is not a surprise. So instead of using Cast on Freeze, yes, we could have used all the time already. The comment was fun, but instead of that, you could have also used, not Archmage. I need my tier 14 gem. Where's my tier 14 gem? So, Archmage. So if you want to, yes, you can turn Grim Feast off and you can play Archmage. And just gain bonus damage. But it's not like it's even that much bonus damage, right? It's just some bonus damage. I mean, even with 1,000, like, I mean, what means even with, like, we only have 1,000 mana, right? So you get some extra lightning damage. I mean, the thought would be if we get extra lightning damage, if you could potentially turn the lightning damage into a chance to shock.
Yes.
So if you would do this, if you would do this, right? The main thought would be, no, I'm not preferring Archmage in any capacity, by the way. That you would have to go back to our friend here, the Tri-Elemental Sorcery. And you'd have to go back to the Damaging Ailments. And you would have to go back to Chance to Ignite and Shock. Actually, not to Ignite, no Chance to Ignite too. So you'd have to go back to the Tri-Elemental Sorcery Fund. And, I mean, technically the one node I need is this one down here all the way. Because I know that's what's for attacks, that wasn't even for spells. Yep, that would be kind of it. Then we could go back to the site. Do I have enough money? Do I have enough points to go all the way? Wait, which points did I take out? There's... I'm just trying to remember which points I did take out. My curse points. I did take my curse points out. That's fine. Let me quickly just scoot over here for a jiffy. So if you do this, and we get like more lightning damage as well, and then we're going into the fray, right? And you would start to do this same thing here. You would now also do lightning damage on top of everything we're doing anyways. So you get fire, you get ice, and you get lightning, which should technically shock things too. I mean, obviously it's going to be more damage than the Comet at first. It's like more reliable damage, I guess. And you could still handle the mana cost easily. So it'd probably be the easiest solution for making mapping feel instantly good. I just like the Comet, you know? And the problem is you're missing out on Grim Feast. Unless you would get 30 Spirit. But because this is like the real issue. You're missing out on Grim Feast. But I guess also that the Frostwall gameplay just doesn't feel good anymore with the enemy density. Technically, you would say like a lot of enemy density feels worth it, but it's more like that the enemy density is like everywhere and surrounding you. It feels like awkward to get things done. Right? Dread Snake Big Ring, no uniques! I mean, I barely have any uniques. I could get them all, but that's, you know, no uniques. No uniques. I did not expect Archmage to add so much damage to the fray for this, because we're obviously not doing any lightning damage scaling, pretty much. Still some. It's fun, but it's inefficient. I mean, it's efficient enough to, like, make the mapping phase not straight up feel horrible as you enter it. Because, like, let's be fair. With the Comet felt, like, okay in the normal area, as there weren't just too many opponents, right? But since there's so many opponents here, the Comet just feels inefficient. Right? And you're kind of having like a useless one thing going on. Wonder what it would take to shock an enemy right now. I mean, we're freezing, we're colding. I need an elite to see like how much. See, like when you're getting like one time pushed, it's like Joe Ever. I miss just rolling into things. Like absolutely Mr. Goody No Shoes and then just rolling into things. Like we don't have any respect for anyone. Right? This is also getting rather mana hungry in comparison, and we're not even using all the spells. Probably have to use my time warp to save mana. Okay, so what does the double frost bomb do damage wise? Oh, I just got poked to death. Interesting. So that feels better damage wise, but it still doesn't feel good, right? All of this is like eh. Level's Frostwall. I mean, the levels are all up of the skills. We have bonus here. We have +2 ranks to fire spells. We have +1 rank to spell skills. +1 rank to spell skills. We could get +3 ranks to all spells, like here, ta-da. So we have equipment to do things. Like it's not that we don't have anything to boost our stuff here. Like we could play this. That's +3 to all spell skills. Woo! Suddenly we get even more lightning damage, right? So you get the lightning damage here too. So you get it all. Way. The lower the better in the wall. The wall anyways has reduced life, my friend. It's fine. It goes down quite nicely with the icicle. What I wonder is if you, like, does this... Does this reduce the life of the ice crystals as well? Is this for the wall? I've never messed with that one.
Yes.
Let's reduce the one of the wall as well. But I would assume, right?
Go on. Time is of the essence.
Doop. Should chain or fork and fireball? A fork, because you hit the wall and it goes places. Definitely makes it feel somewhat better. Drains my mana like crazy though, here, now. So that does make it feel smoother with that level of skill now. See what one passive node can make for a difference in just general feeling. Right? So that ice crystal break. I was wondering if we should have taken that node during the playthrough, and we should have. We finally survived, chat, because of the temporal. Yeah, oh my goodness, I'm just permanently stunned and cannot move. So damage is nicer. Wouldn't you want to lower the Frostwell as well for mana drain? The Frostwell does more damage the higher level it is, as far as I understand. And it just does a good amount of damage when you actually summon it, killing things. So it's like the combination of both works great. So I'd rather lower the HP than I would lower the level. I mean, the mana cost is also not coming from the Ice Wall. The Ice Wall was 144, the Fireball is 222. So the expensive one is the Fireball. It's not the Frost Wall. The Frost Wall is cheap as fuck in comparison. I mean, it's like that Archmage makes everything more, right? The wall health is higher. Yeah, but you have a 40% reduction of wall health and a 50% reduction of health and the 60% from here. So that's not the problem. You have that under... I mean, it breaks. One fireball breaks it. So that doesn't count. I just feel Archmage is making this unplayable. Oh, we have a lot of mana regeneration rate. We could get more mana regeneration here, but we don't need that.
Yes.
I mean, it's more enjoyable now.
Yes.
That's what I like. Let me remove some items from the stash here. Okay, so let's remove some failed experiments. This goes here. That goes there right now. We don't need Eye of Winter. We don't need Raging Spirits of all kinds. We don't need a Skill Gem, Supports, Cast on Critical. We might need the Cast on Free still. The Cast on Minion Death can go away. The Pierce Support can go away. Pierce Support can go to hell. Cast on Ignite stays. That helmet can go away.
Indeed.
No, I'm pretty sure that it's not a troll, chat. I don't worry. I did not assume you'd be trolling me because you're evil people. I totally did. What's your third support on the Fireball? It's Fork. You can do Wild Shards or Fork. We're taking so much damage. Because of no Grim Feast. Oh, we can activate... No, we cannot activate Grim Feast. No, that's the sap part, see? In order for this to just feel better, I would have to get Grim Feast back again. But if I play Archmage, I cannot get Grim Feast back again. If I break the ice wall now straight away, let's put Archmage out for a second, just so I can see that. Put that back in. I want to see, like, if we get Grim Feast back on and that. Like, we're just thinking about things. It just feels better. Back to the crypt. Because now that we're breaking the ice wall more, we're also freezing more. It's weird. Just need more support gems on fireballs to make them crazy. Yeah, but you can't just put more support gems on fireballs to make them crazy. So that's, like, I mean, it's you just can't pull more out of your butthole. Yeah, with a more breaking of the ice wall, you're also freezing more. Doing less damage. Totally hit that wall in front of me. Like in Endgame, you also want a shield. At least that's what I feel like. That just without Archmage it feels better from a mana consumption. With Archmage it feels better from a damage side, but without Archmage it feels better because you have Grim Feast. Right? So the solution would probably be having Archmage and bonus spirit on an item. Right? I guess the campaign would have felt better if we got that minus icicle support, though. No, not the icicle support. If we get the passive skill with a minus to ice, I think that would have made this feel better. That's true. Because we're right now, like, we're breaking the ice walls more often, so that's useful. I mean, damage you get enough, kind of, like, if that makes sense, right? I mean, we're not one-hitting everything. It's not like we're not doing enough damage, and we could, like, swap a lot of the passive points differently. We don't really need the comet, that's the whole point, too. This is the smoothest progress we've had so far. But a scepter and offhand for spirit. Not an impossible thought. I mean, this is certainly from like, if you think about it now, from our progress we've had so far in this area, like, due to swapping of passive skills, this just, like, if you wanted to commit to this fantasy of keeping up with the fireball ice wall thingy, this would be the smoothest progress we've had so far. Anyone disagree, chat? Anyways, it's good. Like, we're getting the comet, right? We're throwing things. It's working out. We're hurting things. We're safe, right? We have the cast. We don't really have to hold back on like spamming our ice walls. So we put that permanently in front of us, and we can just hurl our way through enemies. So it's working. And worst case scenario, it could still temporal rift back. The only issue I see is that we don't really need to be a Chronomancer to do this. It's not completely true, because the Chronomancer is, being a Chronomancer does help. Ow. But that's definitely was so far the best, right? From just a general feel. And we haven't even passed our way towards the frost nodes there, right? So we had to pick up this one. I understand that. That makes sense. We'd still have to pick up the frost nodes though, because this would be like elemental resistance ignore and more freeze damage against frozen enemies, right? Does anyone know how to fix game crashes that freeze up the whole computer? Will it fix it? They said that the patch is fixing some things. Lots of freeze on the top tree, I know. We got it up here. So what we could technically do, what suggestion from chat, ladies and gentlemen, you could get yourself a scepter, right? In the offhand for more spirit and use more spirit skills. Are there any scepters that would help a mage be a mage, generally speaking? So you can pick up just some random scepter shit here. Let's just take this one for the time being. Then you could swap over some of your refunds. Luckily, we have so many refunds, so you could pick over some points into strength points if we wanted to, right? How much strength do we need? 41. I put a scepter in the offhand. Together with a, where's my wand? Luckily we have this wand here. So, ta-da. Then we have more spirit. Then you just randomly add Archmage. Now you have Cast on Freeze, Grim Feast, and Archmage.
What is it?
All three. Just because why not? Why would we just not have all three? Right, and we're back into the crypt. Like, we're actually taking, like, this crypt as our testing ground for things. Right, and suddenly, same build as before, only that we do even more damage now. It's actually not completely true, because we're missing out on our offhand, but... It still works. I guess the only problem is very mana hungry. Right? Very, very mana hungry. So I feel like the other version was feeling more straightforward. I mean, it's tons of damage though, don't get me wrong. And especially tons of freeze too. So technically a possible route to go for. I mean, you could even take the offhand to put like another cast on freeze on and use 2 cast on freeze gems to, I don't know, do what? Sleep, ta-da! There you go. I mean, this is also smooth, so it feels not much less smooth than the other thingy we did, but it also doesn't feel much smoother. Right? It's like from a level of what does it do? It feels kind of like the same-ish. Right? Nothing feels too crazy about this right now. It's like, yeah, sure, it works. So I guess I gotta go tonight back to the drawing board to really think about something that we can use tomorrow, chat. Because I'm pretty sure I won't have any spontaneous idea today, right now. I just have to like sit down and see what we can be cooking up. But at least we could, like, if you wanted to, I think this is the #1 lesson to learn from this right now. If we wanted to, we could keep on doing this, right? We could play slow and steady, and that's the important part. We could play slow and steady and keep playing this fantasy. So if you leveled with the Fireball, somewhat Sorc, and actually picked up the Shattered Ice Crystals earlier, We could have certainly went through the game smooth with the cast on freeze or the Archmage. That doesn't matter. So that's certainly... That makes me happy. Okay, step number 1, this makes me happy that we can continue playing this. But I am not 100% happy. Because right now, getting this Archmage, look at this. So how much damage does this Archmage give me? So we're at 324, right? And if I use Archmage, we're at 456. So in order to get that 100 Spirit, I would have to put like my wand off. But if I now play without the 100 Spirit and I just put this on, I have more damage. Right? This would have more damage than the Archmage. You know what I always ask myself? Does the freezing mark only work on attacks? I wish the freezing mark would work on everything, but I think it only works on attack, right? Freezing mark only works. Target susceptible to being frozen. When mark dies, cold nova erupts from the corpse. This nova does not use your weapon damage, and instead uses... Wait, actually, it does work, huh? Can't do stupid things with that. How would Archmage work on a Deadeye Ranger build? It wouldn't. Doesn't Archmage say spells? Non-channeling spells. So that's that. You have to make the difference. So, okay, like hover over your things here. Ta-da. This is a... Sorry. Pin. This is a spell. Okay. And then you're going to go for your... Volcanic Fissure, or any of the lightning skills, like the Voltaic Grenade or whatever, like any kind of lightning skill. Falling Thunder, the Electrocution Arrow, and they all say attack. So since that's not a spell, it wouldn't get the bonus damage. So what I was asking myself, chat, does the freezing mark work? So the freezing mark does a Nova explosion. I mean, I only would need like tons of... I only would need tons of... How much would I need? I only need 73 decks. That's a lot of decks for the freezing mark. Yeah, but what if that's a thing that we could do, Kirk, just for the YOLOs? I mean, the interesting part about the freezing mark is that the explosion of the freezing mark scales... like the freezing mark is a spell, okay, but it counts as an attack as well, so it scales with like spell and attack stuff if I'm not mistaken. And the damage is scaling off this itself, so it doesn't matter what weapon I have. So it's independent of like, it doesn't matter if I have a bow or anything. Okay. I'll be experimenting with this. I'll be experimenting with this. You can use a small freezing mark to reduce the dex for testing. We could do this, but it would be too less damage. So too few damage, not enough damage. So we could use a tier 6 freezing mark, probably. Mark. Freezing mark is tier 7, yikes. So you would need to use at least a tier 8 freezing mark already, which needs you to have 34 dex. I mean, that would be possible. So let's do our strength nodes that are strength now. Let's do them dexterity. I mean, it's not like that we don't have nodes to swap over, right? We just had them anyways. Okay, so we get dexterity nodes, and those dexterity nodes would allow me to then go for a arc. So the base idea is that you could use cast on freeze on the freezing mark. With the energy retention, no, with the impetus, but you would have to use inspiration because otherwise it's too expensive. I don't have an inspiration. Yikes, I suck at the game. And the base idea would be that you're going around, technically, and you would freeze things, and there's the freezing mark, and boom, did you see that erupt? Bonus. And then it casts like bonus novas. So you freeze things, frozen things explode, and then chain explode more things, and then because they're freezing things, they're casting more novas, and then they're casting more novas, and then they're casting more novas. But the thought is, if we would do this, okay, chat, and this is very, very important. So like, let's do this again. Same thingy. If we would do this, we would have to go for full crit. Why? Because the freezing mark has in itself a high crit chance. Does that make sense? Why are we getting one shot? We didn't have any energy shield there, and we get killed by the lady. So like here, the freezing mark almost instantly triggers, more or less, because it's like such a low thingy to trigger. But it like really soaks empty my mana. That's like the only downside of that. And we're not even using Archmage, and see like my mana just goes empty in no time. And I guess it would still struggle with the one targets. I mean, if you have multiple targets, it would work. Ow. Go back in time. Like, we'll always get, like, the freezing mark on. Oh, God, those snakes on the plane. So we're taking so much damage. We also don't have, like, you know, any gear for this right now. Okay, that's again freezing mark and freezing mark. Ow. Snakes kill. Cast on crit, it said, if we use freezing mark, could cast on crit be better? But we need... that's a good... The problem is cast on crit costs too much. And I would wonder if the freezing mark triggers itself, because the freezing mark can freeze, in case you didn't know this. So the Nova of the freeze does 100% more freeze buildup. So if the Nova of the freeze can freeze, then it's kind of like propagating its own casting. Okay? So could it work? Right? Mark, then cast on mark? You mean you freezing mark and then cast on crit? I mean, the plan would be, again, if we still would do this, I would have to, again, go back into the passive tree. And we'd have to yoink all these points out again that we were just using. And we would have to do, what was it, critical hit, Chad? So we had to remove all these points that we just painstakingly spent and then refunded, and painstakingly spend and refunded. What was it here? It was critical strike, critical strike, critical strike. Since I hate myself, let's just do this again in a nutshell. Okay. Which other node? Oh, we had this node. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me, Chad. End. Where else did we refund things? We need the ice wall to be lower, so that's okay. We have that critical strike. That critical strike or that critical strike. Ah, we could remove these two. Could I save some points if I go over the... I mean, if I... this is... that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, it would be the same in green. Where do I join these? Oh, I can get this back. Thank you very much. I can get that back too. Thank you. I don't need you. Because now I can do this. And I can still do that. And I need the bonus freeze buildup though. Okay, just like should be enough preliminary. Oh wait, there's a single point down here. Wherever that's down here. Ha, I found it. Okay, freeze build up and bonus damage against frozen enemies. Okay, so sadly, we cannot pop out the damage of the freezing mark, right? Or can you see it? Oh, you can actually see it here. No, you can't really see the freezing mark thingy damage. Jiggy majiggy. Right? You would kind of like to know how much damage you're doing. Okay, so we're back to 22% crit and 35% crit. What did you say? Should we use cast on crit again over cast on freeze? Or should we try cast on freeze first? Like, the idea was not that we need cast on crit for the crit. The idea was that we need the cast on... that we want the crit because the freezing mark has a high base crit chance. Since I played Blood Mage, I can say right now this is just a worse Blood Mage. Yeah, but we don't want to play the Blood Mage. Okay. Let me just have fun with stupid things. But I want to know if they work. Don't you dare question me, sir. I just like the idea of bonus frost damage carooning out of left, right, and center. I mean, it's certainly working from a damage perspective. Ah! Damage! When we get hit hard, chat. I mean, from the so far playthroughs of this area, because we've been like comparing all these different builds right now, correct? So the plan was like all like different builds with the same amount of what is it called again? So cast on freeze still working splendid, but what about cast on crit now in comparison, right? Maybe there's gonna be too many freezing marks if I do cast on crit. But it's certainly working. I mean, the freezing mark is definitely funny because it just like bonus freezes. So that's it's certainly doing what it's supposed to do. So that's already confirmed. But I'm kind of like spamming my mana empty like there's no tomorrow. Even worse than Archmage, which is kind of funny to me. So this is depleting our mana resources like vastly faster than Archmage. Okay, so what about cast on crit now? Use this ring? No uniques. No uniques. Cast on crit doesn't work on your ranger. Well, we have the cast on crit right here, so don't worry. We can just equip it and just see like as a thing if it works. The advantage is that the skill is just such a sucky skill that just gets casted so fast. So that's cast on crit now. Comet, mark, inspiration, energy retention. Grim Feast out, that on. We're back. I mean, you're still leveraging the cooldown stuff, just in a different way, because we're using that 33% cooldown thingy to just permanently be able to use Frostwall. Because let's be fair, otherwise we wouldn't be able to just permanently use the Frostwall here. Not to a level what we do right now. Like that one elite took us a hot minute. But still, it's like, how, like, is anyone actually watching the energy fills up really fast? I don't even know if it's, like, necessarily working slower than the Castle and Freeze. I mean, Castle and Freeze was working somewhat better, right? Anyone get a different feeling? Yeah, Castle and Freeze was working better. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's more about like how many freezes there were and how my mana was just depleting. Less mark, definitely less mark. So Castle and Freeze definitely worked better in that regard. Interesting. Oh, I just remembered something. Let's see if I can break this because you wanted to have a... since, like, the thing is you can only have one mark unless you actually play Overabundance, because that would be the second mark. If I can now have 2 marks... Wait, give me a second. I need to try this out on the bigger map. Why on the bigger map? Because the bigger map is, like it's more spread out, so the marks might be a bit more useful. I didn't forget to activate it. Oh wait, let me. Oh, I need to get a foothold. Yeah, we're just burning our... Oh wow. Couldn't cast for ages there right now. As soon as we don't have like that staggered areas, right? The open area is just pain. Yeah, the open area is just pain. Have you decided the final build at this point? If you so, can you explain? No, we haven't really decided. We're just playing around with a lot of things. So the plan was to kind of stick with what we did so far, right? And it is really like, you know? Oh, we have energy retention instead of impetus. You're right about that. Sorry. Oops. Let's do that again. That's true. So we're kind of like wanted to see if we can keep this, because right now the thing was, as soon as we entered mapping, it didn't feel good anymore. It didn't feel that nice. It didn't feel that fun. It wasn't like that good. And we're kind of like, we gotta decide if we now completely move away from this, or if we find a way to make this work, because that would be the thing, right? If we find a way to make this work, that would be amazing. If we're not finding a way to make this work, then that's just what it is, right? Then you gotta just, as soon as you head to the mapping stage, just think about like redoing it. But I prefer like sticking to the plan, if that makes sense. I like running a build further if there's a way to make it efficient, right? The freezing mark is a fun idea because it just works so good on the cast on freeze concoction. So who does this good? Cast on freeze concoction. But the cast on freeze concoction also kills faster. So right now you have a little bit the problem that you might put the freezing mark on someone, but you gotta kill them right away. The problem is that we're also killing everyone though right away anyways, right? We're killing, we don't kind of need the freezing mark to spread frost explosions, as well, if we're killing people, we're killing them anyways already all together, right? They're stacked all here together and they're dying anyways due to what we're doing to them. So it's not really like, it's not really worth it, if that makes sense. Is it polishing a turret at this point? No, it's just seeing if there's a way to keep going with this for at least the first 5 levels or so, and then see where it goes. Or if you really have to fully lean into the side of the refresh Chronomancer. I mean, there's obviously, like, you could go full refresh Chronomancer, you could go full recoat Coop if you wanted to, you could go for maximum slow. There's multiple ways of things you can do. You could straight up lean into the time freeze. But I think I'll do some thought processing tonight on my phone and see what I can come up with. We're done for today, chat. There was 6.5 hours of good fun. I wish everyone that's playing tonight a very good time with the patch. The patch should be coming tonight. Thank you for coming and watching. Thank you for lurking and chatting and hanging out. It was splendid and amazing. I really had such a good time. Campaign was easy with a Chronomancer. So campaign really worked out. Campaign was absolutely blast. If I skilled for early into this, it would have been better. So the campaign itself, no problem. But now mapping, definitely something where we have to think about what's the next step to take. Therefore, take care, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good one. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. Until then, watch the patch notes and the Diablo video. And say nice things about Diablo. They're hurt. They need it.